Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Woke Up with a Brown Monkey Tail? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Chapter 1, Primal Nature. Chapter 1, Primal Nature. Now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Izuku Midoriya was having a bad day? It started out okay when this morning he was able to catch a villain attack during rush hour before school. He was even able to see the up-and-coming heroine MT Lady in action. But once he arrived at school, all of the regular bullying and abuse happened. This was because in a world where 80% of the population possess a superpower, dubbed quirks, he had no superpower and was dubbed Quirkless. This made Izuku Midoriya a social outcast, worthless, perceived as a person without a purpose in the world. When it was revealed that he was quirkless to his classmates, he was immediately castigated and bullied to the highest degree. However, it didn't hurt as much when his former, best friend, Katsuki Bakugo bullied him verbally and physically. Hell, even today after classes were over, Bakugo literally told Izuku to jump off the roof and hope to have a quirk in the next life. The reason he said this was because their teacher revealed to the class that aside from Bakugo, Izuku will also be applying for you at a high, the greatest hero course in all of Japan. And knowing that Izuku had no quirk, in Bakugo's mind, Izuku Midoriya had absolutely no chance to make it into the prestigious high school. He even added that the green-haired boy will die in the exams. Yep, pretty bad day so far. However, Izuku has learned to deal with this on the daily for over 10 years. So it was whatever. But as Izuku took a shortcut to get home faster through a tunnel, he was captured by a slime villain who was trying to take control of his body and suffocate him to death. Okay, yeah, pretty bad day at this point, but there was a twist. You see, as Izuku was seconds away from death, the number one hero, the symbol of peace, All Might saved the day when he landed a Texas smash on the ugly slime villain and freed Izuku from his grasp. When Izuku woke up from his unconsciousness, he immediately entered fanboy mode when he saw his idol. He asked him to sign his hero journal number 13, but gasped in delight when he saw that he already signed it. But then Izuku wanted to ask All Might one last thing, a question that mattered more than anything to him. A question that still roamed his mind for over 10 years. Something that has been answered countless times with the same answer. Can I become a hero, even if I'm quirkless? However, Izuku saw that the number one hero was about to leave, saying that he had to turn the villain into the authorities. This caused Izuku to panic. He may only have this one and only chance, as he doesn't know if he will ever have the opportunity to ask All Might this question again, since he is a very busy person. So he decided to take the risk and grab onto All Might as he took off and jumped high into the air. All Might noticed that Izuku was hanging onto his leg for dear life, so he was forced to land on a roof, even though his transformation was running out. When they landed, there was a huge puff of smoke, and when it cleared, it was revealed to be a skinny, almost anorexic-looking version of All Might. Izuku was confused and asked where All Might went. The skinny man told the young man that he indeed was All Might, that was his true form, and his real name is Toshinori Yagi. Toshinori then explained to Izuku that 5 years ago, he fought a villain who mortally wounded his respiratory system and destroyed his stomach. He visited countless doctors, but neither one could do a DMN thing. This injury has now limited to All Might only being able to complete 3 hours of hero work each day. Toshinori also explained that the public doesn't know this information because he still has to keep the persona of the symbol of peace. If word got out of his true condition, then villains could take advantage and cause more havoc. That is why it is necessary for All Might to never show any weakness and to always have a smile in his face so that the people won't have to worry, because I am here. After Toshinori's explanation, Izuku decided to ask the question, can he become a hero even though he is quirkless? Toshinori then proceeded to tell Izuku that no, he cannot become a hero. The job of a hero is too dangerous for somebody without a quirk. Rampaging villains would do anything they can do to achieve their goals, and that meant killing as well. Toshinori told the child that it is alright for him to dream big, but he also to dream realistically. Toshinori told him that he should look into more suitable careers such as a policeman or firefighter. Those jobs were also very important and admirable as they also risked their lives to protect and serve the people. Toshinori also asked to please keep all of what he told Izuku a secret as the public don't need to know that the symbol of peace was at all vulnerable. After that he exited the rooftop and left Izuku alone. Izuku Midoriya was speechless. He didn't know what to say. He had just been told by his idol and hero that he blatantly could not be a hero no matter how hard he tried. All because he wasn't born with a quirk. Something that was completely out of his power. There were so many emotions going through Izuku at that moment. Sadness, anger, hurt, depression, but the biggest one was definitely disappointment. Disappointment in himself and in his idol. How could he say that? He's supposed to inspire hope into people and motivate them to achieve their dreams. These were the thoughts of Izuku Midoriya as he left the rooftop and proceeded to the ground as he heard an explosion. He subconsciously continued to walk where the commotion was. As he was walking, he was beginning to realize how bad of a day he was truly having. He thought that this was the worst day of his life no matter how you try to slice it. Now in the present time, Izuku is walking towards a large crowd to see the fight that started earlier when he and All Might were on the rooftop. That's strange. Is the fight from earlier still going on? Izuku said. Why am I here? Did I subconsciously walk here just to check it out? Izuku thought as he crossed the street to get a closer view. I shouldn't even stop. All of my notes are useless, Izuku thought depressingly. However, his tone shifted as he saw the villain that was causing havoc. That's the same guy who attacked me. Izuku thought as he saw the same slime villain who tried to take his body through the tunnel earlier. That can't be right. All Might captured him. Izuku then thought back to when he and All Might were flying through the air. He must have dropped the bottle when I was holding onto his leg. Izuku then realized another fact. But then that means it's my fault, Izuku said as his face filled with dread. Why aren't the heroes doing anything? A civilian asked as he was a part of the crowd. It looks like they met their match. Plus the villain captured a kid and things aren't looking so good, another civilian responded. He caught someone? I wonder how long they've been in there. How could they survive being suffocated like that? I thought I'd die after only a few seconds of struggling, Izuku said in his mind as he thought back to his near-death experience when he was captured by the very same slime villain. He cringed at the thought of somebody else going through the same traumatic experience. Wait, I'm confused, isn't that the same villain All Might was chasing earlier today? One civilian asked. What All Might? No way he lost, where is he? Can someone call him or something? A young woman asked. Seriously, why hasn't he shown up to help the heroes? Toshinori, who was at the back of the crowd, looked down to the ground in anger and was clutching his chest as he couldn't do anything because his time limit was up and couldn't jump in and save the day. Izuku has his hands covering his mouth and looked down in utter shame. I'm the one to blame. He wasted his energy on me, Izuku said in his mind. I'm worthless, Toshinori thought with the same shame as Izuku. He can't power up yet, and none of the other heroes have the quirks to stop this monster. They're not doing anything and are being forced to watch as none of them have the courage to risk their lives. Come on, aren't they called heroes for a reason? Izuku thought with anger. So pathetic, Toshinori said to himself as he is doing nothing but being a bystander. It's my fault. I'm sorry. So sorry, Izuku thought in sadness. I am a disgrace, Toshinori thought as he kept on insulting himself. Help will show up and save the day, I'm sure, Izuku said in his mind with hope. I'm not a real hero, Toshinori said in his mind as he clutched his chest harder and looked downwards. A real hero will come soon, Izuku thought. However, at that moment, Izuku saw the face of the person who was currently being held hostage by the slime villain. He had blonde spiky hair with red eyes. He was struggling so hard and trying to breathe as he desperately opened his mouth to no avail. The hostage is Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku's eyes widened with shock. He couldn't believe it. His former best friend was getting suffocated and tortured right in front of his eyes. An innocent child who could be moments from death. And he was the cause of it. Even though Izuku has been a victim to Katsuki's traumatic bullying in the past up to the present, he still hasn't done anything near as bad to deserve the SDSM he was enduring at the moment. Nobody deserved this. It was too much. Izuku looked at the pro-heroes. Nothing. They were doing absolutely nothing to save the child. They were merely helpless bystanders. Not even MT Lady could do anything as she couldn't transform to full height since the alley was way too narrow and it would risk serious property damage and even some lives as well. No one was doing anything. At that very moment, something awakened within Izuku. Something that has been dormant for a very long time. Something that has been built up and has been waiting for its release. What is this sensation? Izuku thought as an unknown source of power went through his body, coursing through his veins as he felt his muscles bulging. Wait, he has muscles? Isn't he all skin and bones? Izuku looked towards Bakugo and how he was struggling against the slime villain. Then the look of shock was replaced by a look of determination and anger as he sprinted towards the slime villain. Music. Boku no Hero Academia OSU run. Start playing at 022 timestamp. Toshinori and all the other heroes gasped as they witnessed Izuku Midoriya run straight ahead towards the villain. No, you idiot. Stop, you're going to get yourself killed. Death Arms yelled as he tried to stop the young man from heading straight into danger. Not this brat again. The slime villain said as he looked towards Izuku. Deku. Katsuki said in shock as he couldn't believe that his Quirkless classmate and former best friend was running towards him, seemingly to save him. What am I doing? Why am I running? Why can't I stop? Izuku thought to himself as he kept running at full speed towards the villain as he continued to feel the unfamiliar, yet it felt so natural, power flowing through him giving him an unbelievable amount of power that felt so right that it was almost unexplainable. You're toast, kid. The slime monster yelled as he aimed his fist towards Izuku. Izuku took off his book bag and threw it towards the monster's eye to momentarily stun him. This loosened his grasp on Katsuki and gave him the opportunity to finally breathe. Izuku then jumped high in the air and landed a strong right fist straight at the slime villain. The punch was so strong that it was able to push the villain back about 50 meters. This allowed Katsuki to finally be freed from the villain's grasp as he looked at Izuku in shock. What the hell? Why are you here? Katsuki asked Izuku. He was about to respond, but suddenly Izuku started moving towards the slime villain again at high speeds. What in the world is happening to me? My body is moving on its own. Yet for some reason, this power, why does it feel so good and so natural? Izuku thought as he got closer to the villain. Okay, now you've made me mad. I'm going to kill you, Yugen brat. The slime villain yelled as he threw tentacles towards Izuku. However, Izuku is somehow able to dodge all of the attacks perfectly and uppercut the villain with even more force. Is my body moving out of pure instinct? Izuku thought as he saw the slime villain land to the ground after getting hit with an uppercut that generated so much force, it was able to create shockwaves that pushed the bystanders back a few steps and even broke some nearby windows. Izuku turned around, tears around his eyes and with a big smile on his face. Kacchan, I couldn't just stand there and watch you die. Toshinori gasped in utter shock. Here was a Quirkless boy doing everything in his power to save the hostage while he was just being a bystander doing absolutely nothing. I have to do something. No matter the cost. Toshinori thought as his body began to get bigger and steam was forming around him. I'm done playing with you, the slime villain said as he moved towards Izuku to finish him off. Save the boy. This thing will kill him. Death Arms yelled as the pro-heroes began to advance to get Izuku out of the way of the slime villain's attack. Izuku, however, felt no fear and was about to counterattack her when there was a mini explosion in front of him that made him cover his face. I really am pathetic. Izuku opened his eyes to see that All Might was the one who blocked the villain's attack. All Might, but I told you the traits to make a great champion. But I see now that I wasn't living up to my own ideal. Izuku and Katsuki looked on in amazement as they witnessed the number one hero lift the tentacle upward and made a fist. Pros are always risking their lives. That's the true test of a hero. All Might yelled as blood was escaping through his mouth. illustrating the pain that he was suffering due to forcing his hero form beyond his 3-hour time limit. In You All Might, the slime villain then began to strike the number one hero using numerous slime tentacles. Detroit's Smash, All Might yelled as he punched the villain square in the face and created a tornado that produced shockwaves and winds that were blowing everyone away, both figuratively and literally. Music End. All Might breathed as everybody looked in awe at his raw power. It then began to rain as the clouds were moving. Holy CRP. He changed the weather, Death Arms said. Then the crowd started cheering as All Might saved the day once again. After that, the heroes collected all of the scattered mounds of sludge. And the villain went into police custody where he belonged. There were crowds of reporters and cameras trying to get an opportunity to speak to All Might. Izuku got chewed out by the heroes big time while Katsuki was praised for his bravery. The one who was hostage and almost died was getting praised for bravery, while the one who risked his life and saved the hostage was castigated. Oh, the irony. Sunset came and Izuku was walking home. He wanted to apologize to All Might, but he was swarmed by interviewers. He didn't want to interrupt. He can always try to send a message through his website when he gets home. He was also feeling really tired after fighting the slime villain. He felt really sleepy and really needed to take a nap. He was still trying to figure out just what exactly he did back there. That power, speed, strength, agility, and instinct. His body was moving on its own. Was it his quirk? It didn't feel human. But it did feel natural, almost like a primal power that he is only now experiencing. And it also felt like he knew how to fight. The way he was dodging and counteracting. He wasn't even nervous or scared, more like excited. "Du." Izuku turned around and saw Katsuki running up to him. "Kacchan. Listen, I would never ask a weakling like you to help me. Don't think you can look down on me. Got that? I was fine by myself. You're just a quirkless failure who won't even cut it as cop. You didn't help me. You did nothing. Don't forget it. I don't owe you anything." Katsuki then turned around and began to walk off. Izuku's sweat dropped. What was that? Kacchan is right though. It's not like I did anything to help today. But at least I tried. Guess now I should get back to giving up on my dreams. Izuku said as he began to walk back towards home. I am here. All Might yelled as he landed in front of Izuku. All Might. Why you here? How did you get rid of all of those reporters? Ha! I stand for justice. Not sound bites. Because I am All Mig Dash. All Might was cut off as his transformation ran out and now returned to his true form while spitting out blood and coughing as Izuku screamed in shock. Young man, I came here to thank you. And also to discuss your question from earlier. Toshinori said. Huh. If you hadn't told me about your life, if you hadn't run into that fight, I would have been a worthless bystander watching from the crowd, so thanks. Oh no. It was my fault he was there to begin with. I got in the way of your hard work. I wasted your energy and not to mention your time. Izuku responded. I'm not done. You told me you didn't have a quirk. So when I saw this timid quirkless boy try to save a life, it inspired me to act too. Izuku gasped as he processed the words his idol, the number one hero, just said. There are stories about every hero. How they became great. Most have one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they had a chance to think. Almost on their own. Music. Boku no Hero Academia OST 2, you can become a hero. Izuku's eyes widened as he began to shed tears. For some reason, he remembered his mother's words in that moment. I'm sorry, Izuku, I wish things were different. Izuku clutched his chest with both hands as he began to lower towards the floor. And today, that's what happened to you. Izuku's mother never told him the thing he wanted her to say back then. The words he needed to hear. The wind started blowing as cherry blossoms flew through the air. Young man, you too can become a hero. Toshinori said. Izuku then began to sob fully. Dreams can become reality. Mark Twain once said, the two most important days in your life are the day you are born and the day you find out why. And on this day is when Izuku Midoriya found out that he indeed was born to become a hero. Izuku clutched his chest even harder as he began thinking of all of the doubters and bullies that told him that he was useless, worthless, and had no shot to become a hero. Izuku needed someone to tell him that he can become a hero. And the person he admires most in the world just did. Honestly, part of him thought he would never hear those words, "You can become a hero." Much less from All Might. "I deem you worthy of my power. My quirk is yours to inherit," Toshinori said as he put out his two hands in a motion like he was trying to give someone something. Izuku stopped crying and looked up with tears still around his eyes and mouth. "Huh, wait, what do you mean inherit? Inherit what?" Izuku asked with a confused look on his face. You should see your face right now. Don't worry, I'm not going to force this thing on you." Toshinori laughed as he walked closer to where Izuku was sitting. Toshinori raises his index finger pointing up towards the sky. "Listen well, young man. This is your choice." Toshinori points his finger towards Izuku now. "Do you want to accept my awesome power or not?" He yells as blood comes out his mouth. Izuku continues to look at Toshinori with a clueless face. What is he talking about? Hat is this? Toshinori rubs the blood away from his mouth. "There are a couple things you should know about my abilities. Journalists always guess my quirk as super strength or some kind of invulnerability. When people ask an interview, I always make a joke and dodge the question. And it's because the world needs to believe that their symbol of peace is just a natural-born hero like any other, but I'm not. There's something natural about my ability." Toshinori then spread his arms out and looked towards the sky. "I wasn't born with this power. It is a sacred torch that was passed on to me from someone else." "Someone gave you this quirk?" "No way," Izuku said in shock. The wind blows as Toshinori's shirt moves, revealing bits of his scar. "Yes way, and you're next. I can give you my abilities," Toshinori said in a dramatic pose. "Wait, hold on, this is a lot to process," Izuku replied. "It's true there's a lot of debate as to what your quirk actually is. Nobody has ever figured it out. It's one of the world's greatest mysteries. People are constantly talking about it online. Well, the idea of passing on a quirk and inheriting it just doesn't make any sense to me. I never heard anything like it. A power is supposed to be unique to each individual, and since the first superpowers, no one has been able to just give someone their power like a present. That's crazy. If this is true, this has changed everything we knew about quirks to begin with." Izuku kept on muttering and muttering as Toshinori looked on awkwardly. Sounds like you're overthinking this whole inheriting thing. Stop nerding out." Izuku stopped his muttering as he heard Toshinori's shout. "You'll have to adjust your reality and accept this new truth. I can transfer my quirk to someone else. And that's just one facet of my secret abilities." Toshinori holds out his hand as rainbow-colored light starts to emit from his palm. "The true name of my power is One for All," Toshinori revealed with emphasis on the one for all part. "What? Izuku said slowly in awe as the name itself radiates power. "Yes, one person improves the power, then hands it off to another person and continues to grow as it's passed along." Toshinori says as inside Toshinori's soul, multiple different colored stars move and turn into bigger and brighter stars as it finally stops when it reaches to a bright yellow star. "It is this cultivating power that allows me to save those who are in need of a hero. The truth behind my strength." Toshinori finished as the rainbow-colored light in his palm faded. "But why would you choose to give me a gift like that? What if I can't live up to it?" Izuku asked. "I was on a long hunt for a worthy successor. And then I watched you jump into action as the rest of us idly by. You may just be a Quirkless fanboy, but you tried to save that kid. You acted like a hero." Toshinori answered Izuku's question. Izuku then began to cry tears of joy from listening to the inspiring words of his idol. Toshinori saw this and began to laugh. "Come on, seriously, you've got to stop crying like that if you want my quirk. Come on, kid." Izuku made a fist in his left hand. "He said so much to encourage me. He even told me the secret behind his powers. Is this what I've been waiting for all these years? How can I turn him down?" Izuku said in his head as he wiped the tears off his face. Izuku stands up with a determined look on his face. Okay, I'll do it, yes. Izuku accepts Tashinori's offer. No reluctance, that's exactly how I figured you'd respond, Tashinori said with a smirk. Meet me at the Dagoba Municipal Beach in 2 days 5 a.m. sharp. That is where we will begin your training for you to inherit one for all. Right. I'll be there, Izuku responded. Oh right, one more thing. Mind explaining me those moves you pulled off while fighting the sludge villain? Where did all of that speed and strength come from? I thought you said you were quirkless. Did you lie to me? Tashinori asked the green-haired boy as he never seen moves like that before. It was like he was fighting as an experienced fighter with such expertise, and it seemed like he knew what he was doing. Izuku waved his hands around in panic. What? No, I would never lie to you, All Might. I really am quirkless. What happened back there? I don't know how to explain it. My body was moving on its own, on pure instinct. I felt something, a power so great that it flooded throughout my body and filled me with excitement. I had no fear, I was just going with the flow. I've never had any kind of experience like this, yet it felt so natural, like I was born to fight and it just awakened. Izuku finished as he looked at his hands in wonder. Tashinori hummed, this is something that I should keep an eye on. It may be a hidden quirk that was never awakened until met with a life or death situation. Tashinori thought as he returned his attention to the freckled boy. We'll talk about this later. It's getting late, so head on home and get some rest so you're ready in 2 days. All right. And with that, the two parted ways and Izuku went home to rest for the upcoming trials ahead. When Izuku reached his house, he immediately felt tired and yawned. Must be from all of the stress today, I should go take a shower. Izuku proceeded to the bathroom and took a warm shower, and as he was washing himself, he felt a slight bump near his butt. Must be a bruise from the sludge villain, Izuku assumed, and finished showering and proceeded to bed. As soon as he reached his room, he collapsed on the bed and felt really sleepy. Man, I'm really tired today. Oh well, lights out, Izuku though as he shut off the lights and proceeded to fall in a deep slumber. The next day, Izuku woke up from his deep sleep. He yawned and stretched as he got up from his bed. Whoa, I slept good, I feel full of energy, Izuku said as he headed to his bathroom. As he walked to the bathroom, Izuku felt really weird. He didn't feel any pain or drowsiness, but something felt off. For one, Izuku felt a little higher as if he was standing on a stool or something. Also, he felt like something was attached to his bottom. He didn't have any clue as to why that is, and his clothes felt really tight. When he reached the bathroom and looked at the mirror, his eyes widened in shock. Standing in front of the mirror wasn't the skinny little plain Deku that he was known as. No, standing there was a young man with a height of 5 feet 11 inches with broad shoulders and a defined lean muscles all throughout his body that would put most bodybuilders to shame. There was no more baby fat as his face had defined cheekbones and a sharp jaw with a face that resembled more like a man than a boy. His chest was much bigger and so were his biceps and triceps that they were bulging under the now too small and tight shirt Izuku was wearing. His hair was longer, denser, thicker, and much more spiky and a lot more darker. While all of this is surprising to say the least, the thing that shocked Izuku the most was what was behind him, more specifically a part of him. Behind him was a wagging brown monkey tail that was a few feet long. It was moving freely as it was the most normal thing in the world. What in the world? Why do I have a monkey tail and why do I look so different? Wait a minute, could this be my quirk? Izuku thought as he closed his eyes and concentrated. He felt it, the same rush of power he felt yesterday against the sludge villain. Only this time, he felt more in control and like it was something he has had for his entire life. I feel the exact same energy when I was fighting the sludge villain. Is this really my quirk? If so, what exactly is I dash? Izuku, are you still sleeping? It's past noon already, it's time to get up. Inko Midoriya said as she walked towards her son's room but stopped when she saw the bathroom door open. She peeked inside and saw a completely different Izuku inside with a brown monkey tail. Izuku, honey, what happened to you? Inko asked in shock as she couldn't believe her son was in the bathroom, taller and packed with muscles that looked he worked his entire life to gain. Not to mention the fact that he had tail too. I don't know, Mom. I just woke up and I looked into the mirror and saw this. I think this could be my quirk that has finally awakened. Izuku said as he tried swinging his tail, which he successfully did. Well, okay, you can explain in a minute. I'm going to go look for some of your father's clothes as it looks like they can fit you now, Inko said as she went to her husband's old closet to fetch some apparel for Izuku. After putting on some of his father's clothes, Izuku explained everything that happened yesterday with his fight with the sludge villain, leaving out the part where All Might picked him as his successor obviously. Inko thought Izuku's new quirk was a bit strange. His father, Hisashi Midoriya, who works overseas, quirk is that he can breathe fire. Her own quirk is the attraction of small objects. Usually a child's quirk is either one of the parents' quirks or a combination of both. So where in the world did that monkey tail come from? Nevertheless, she felt extremely happy for the fact that her son finally has his own quirk. She felt guilty for all of the trauma that Izuku had to endure because of his quirkless status. She hated that he wasn't able to inherit her power or his father's. She even felt guilty for not encouraging and inspiring him to pursue his dream no matter what. Instead she just said sorry. But now, Izuku has a power now and has a chance to follow his dream, and that's all a mother can ask for. Izuku, please be careful honey, don't hurt yourself testing out your new powers. We don't want a repeat of what happened with the sludge villain, Inko said as she was worried for her son's safety after the incident yesterday. Don't worry mom, I won't do something that stupid, Izuku said as he ate his breakfast and went outside to test his new quirk out. Izuku went to his backyard and decided to see if he can recreate the moves he performed against the sludge villain. Alright, let's see how high I can jump. Izuku then jumped with all of his might as he rocketed towards the air in high speeds. He looks down and sees that he's up so high that he's about 200 feet in the air looking down towards his neighborhood. Whoa, I didn't know I can jump. 'Tis high. Hold on, why aren't I falling down? Izuku looks down and sees that he's floating. What? I can fly too? Just what is my quirk? Izuku said in shock as he went down back to his backyard. Alright, let me test out my strength. Izuku then punched the ground with so much force that it was able to create a mini shockwave and craters in the ground. Izuku looked at his fist in awe. It was unbelievable. He was able to go from a weak little quirkless boy to a guy who's able to fly with superhuman strength. Wow, what else can I do with this power? One day later. Dagoba Municipal Beach is a beach that was once an appealing place with golden sand and a glistening blue ocean. It was an ideal spot for young couples to come and relax and express their love for one another. But now it is a complete dumpster, full of trash and garbage. It has been a total mess for the last few years. Because of the ocean currents, anything that is dropped in the water ends up on the beach. People take advantage of that when they are illegally dumping their trash. Now all the locals avoid this place. Toshinori is on the beach waiting patiently for a certain green-haired boy to show up. He looked at his phone and the time read 4:58 a.m. He should be arriving any minute now, Toshinori said as he looked towards the entrance of the beach. In the distance, he could see what seemed to be a young man with a mop of green spiky hair, running to the beach with a bright green tracksuit on as he was getting near to where Toshinori is standing. Wait a minute, is that? Toshinori said in surprise as the young man reached Toshinori. Hey, All Might, I'm here, 5 a.m. sharp just like you said. So why did you tell me to come here to train in this dumpster? Izuku asked with curiosity as he wondered how this would be the ideal training place. Wait a second. Young Midoriya, is that you? When were you this tall? And where did all of those muscles come from? And is that a tail? Toshinori asked as he couldn't believe that the skinny, plain, little boy with no quirk is the same tall and muscular young man standing right in front of him right now. Izuku smiled and rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Well, you see. Izuku told Toshinori all of what transpired the day before, how he woke up and the powers he discovered that he had. He hypothesized that this is his quirk that took a long time to manifest, probably because of the physical requirements needed to use properly. Izuku demonstrated his power by picking up a fridge with one hand and absolutely crushing it with the other hand. He then showed how fast he was by running so quick he was able to run across the ocean. After that he flew up so high that Toshinori thought he was dreaming. After Izuku's demonstration, Toshinori turned into his hero form. My goodness! Never have I seen such feats from such a young boy. It seems that inheriting one for all will be much easier than expected. Wait, what do you mean by that? Izuku asked as he flew back down to the beach. What I mean is that my quirk one for all is a whole lot to handle. The combined physical prowess of everyone who has ever used it creates a hurricane of pure force. An unprepared body can't fully inherit it. Your arms and legs would shoot off if you tried to. Izuku imagines his limbs tearing off and his body falling apart and decimating itself. He cringed. Seriously? Then that's harsh. Izuku shook his head as he tried to get the image out of his head. Okay, so this whole trash thing is some kind of hardcore gym workout. And you're my trainer. All Might smirked and did a thumbs up. You got it. But there's another reason too. I did a little online research yesterday. Turns out this part of the beach used to be appealing, but it's been a total mess for years. Izuku looked around and nodded in agreement. Yet, people just throw their garbage here, and since it's already a mess, people wouldn't suspect a difference. It's a shame nobody has taken the time to clean this place up. Izuku said with disappointment, as one would think a hero would at least try to renovate the place. Heroes these days are all about showing off and capturing flashy villains. Things were different before quirks. Service is what mattered. Back then heroes were those who helped the community even if it was kind of boring. All Might said as he grabbed a microwave and crushed it effortlessly. You will restore the coastline for this entire section of the beach. That is the first step of your path, young man, towards being a hero. All Might finished as he stared into Izuku's eyes seriously. All this? But there is so much, Izuku said, looking around the entire beach, which was filled to brim with garbage of all different kinds. That's impossible. Young Midoriya, you want to go to Udata, right? Well, yeah, of course. You went there, so it must be the best school around, right? Izuku looks down and ball his right fist. It's a long shot, but still, I'm going to shoot for the moon. Udata? You've got a lot of spirit, fanboy. But as I said before, being a hero isn't easy to do without a quirk. It's not fair, but that's unfortunately the reality. And Unit A is the hardest hero course to get into. So that means that I have to prepare my body for your quirk really fast. Unit A's exams are in 10 months. All Might took out sheets of paper. Not to worry, kid. I've got you covered with the help of my handy aim to pass American Dream plan. Follow this to the letter and you'll clean up just in time. I also detailed every other aspect of your life while I was at it. Izuku looked at the sheets of paper. Wow, even my sleep is scheduled. If I'm being honest, this is going to be super hard. Think you're up to it? Izuku smirked and gained a look of confidence. Yeah, sure I am. I have to work 100 times harder to get in if I'm going to outdo everybody else. So what choice do I have, right? Music. Boku no Hero Academia OST, Hero A Instrumental. Izuku went right to work, taking as much trash as he could at a time. Ever since he has gotten his newfound power, his overall strength, speed, and stamina increased to the level of superhuman. He's able to lift cars and trucks that weigh several tons with relative ease. His efficiency in cleaning up the trash was so off the charts that All Might estimated that Izuku may get the job done with time to spare. When Izuku returned to school, all of his teachers and peers were speechless. They almost couldn't recognize him as he looked like a totally different person. It was unreal to them. When they saw his tail, they were even more shocked as they thought the green spiky-haired nerd didn't have a quirk. He explained to the class that his quirk finally awakened during the whole sludge villain ordeal. He theorized that the quirk is mutant/physical enhancement type that required the user's body to be developed in order to use as if he would have had it when he was 4. It may have been too much for his small body to handle. Surprisingly, Katsuki Bakugo didn't really give Izuku's newfound quirk much glance. If anything, he probably still thought he was much superior thanks to his incredibly powerful explosion quirk. After that day, Bakugo and pretty much everybody else stopped bullying Izuku. This was most likely because Bakugo respected Izuku a little for what he did against the sludge villain, and now that he had a quirk, it moved him up on the proverbial food chain in society. Since Izuku's any power gave him inhuman amounts of stamina and endurance, he was able to study and do his schoolwork with ease since he didn't feel much fatigue after the morning and afternoon workouts cleaning trash that he would have otherwise felt. Another cool aspect Izuku discovered about his new abilities was that he is able to feel the energy signature of any living being. He could tell where someone was located based on their unique power level, which is what he liked to call it, and he could how strong exactly someone was and buttes their abilities. This would be a very useful ability as a hero where he could predict the power level of dangerous villains. Another ability Izuku had was what he dubbed ki blasts, which were small laser-like blasts generated through an energy called ki and fire them like projectiles. This was especially useful as long-range attacks since it wouldn't be a good idea to always fight somebody at close combat depending on what type of quirk they had. Izuku set time aside to practice his ki control so he would be able to increase the efficiency of his ki attacks and hopefully MSTR them to an extent before the U.A exams. Izuku gave his mother a recipe for the new diet he would have to take courtesy of All Might's training. A side effect of Izuku's new quirk was that it increased his metabolism, which allowed him to eat a ridiculous amount of food that wasn't normal by human standards. Inko was surprised at first, but she smiled and didn't mind it since she had no problem cooking for her beloved son. Izuku loved his mother's cooking and it would motivate him to keep on training and studying as hard as he could in order to achieve his dream to become a hero. His motivation was so strong, he even went to the beach and did extra cleanup during the times that he was supposed to be sleeping. He wanted to get it done as soon as possible and to get as much training as he could before the exams. I need to train 1,000 times harder than anyone else if I want to be the #1 hero, is what he told himself when he would spend the late night and early morning hours cleaning trash as fast as he could. He was so serious about his training that he even put training weights on all 4 of his limbs weighing 200 pounds each in order to increase his strength and endurance so that he can be the best possible vessel he can be for One for All. When Tashinori would arrive at 5 a.m. at the beach, Izuku would already be there hard at work, disposing as much garbage as possible, going at incredible speeds even with his training weights on. Tashinori was appalled at Izuku's pure work ethic so much that it even scared him a little. The only person that he could think of with the same kind of work ethic was his old sensei Gran Torino. Izuku would spend so much time on training that it wouldn't be far-fetched to say he was addicted to training. However, it would be a healthy addiction, as Tashinori knew the disadvantage that the young man was put under for the majority of his life. Not having a quirk at an early age and not adapting and training it like other kids of his generation have already done is a big detriment to Izuku's overall growth and chances of making it into UA. However, if there is one thing that Izuku has over anybody else is his will and ambition. He has the will of a hero. And that can take someone a long way. Couple that with his work ethic, incredible power, and the fact that he will soon be inheriting One for All, there is no limit to what he can achieve. The same pattern repeated as Izuku would start working before Tashinori got there, go to school, lift weights under the table during class, eat, study, sleep, train, and train some more. After a while, Izuku got accustomed to his training weights, so he increased them to 2,000 pounds each. He kept these weights on 24/7, even when he was showering or sleeping because he wanted his physical body to get used to the strain so that when he inherits One for All, it won't be a problem for his body and he will be able to adjust with relative ease. This made his body add in even more body muscles and made his figure even bulkier, but not too bulky as Izuku didn't want to trade strength for speed as he loved the fact that he had an equal balance of the two. Izuku is too smart to think that strength alone can win you any fight. You need to have other attributes and bring other things to the table to be considered a pro hero. With that said, Izuku has not only trained his body, but also his mind. He has continued working on his hero journals and practiced the many strategies that he has either learned or created that would benefit his quirk. He would spend long hours just thinking about how he could improve his training regime and get the best possible results before the exams. One time he was even caught muttering to himself in class. Although it was embarrassing, he didn't mind, because in his mind and heart he knew that he needed to have the determination and will of a hero if he is going to achieve his dream. Music end. September 26th, exactly 5 months before the U.A entrance exams. Toshinori got out of his truck and walked towards the beach. It was the halfway mark until the Yurei entrance exams, and he needed to assess Midoriya's progress in cleaning the beach and see how much longer it's going to take him and if they need to make any adjustments in the aim to pass. American Dream planned to get the job done quicker. It was currently 4:30 a.m., so Izuku should already be there cleaning up as usual. However, before he took another step forward, Toshinori heard something that made him stop in his tracks. Roar. A primal roar was heard throughout the entire park in the early morning as birds scurried and flew away, fearing that such a beastly roar belongs to a predator that is nearby. Toshinori's eyes widened as he looked for the source of the roar until he looked up, and what he saw made him drop his jaw to the ground. On top of a pile of trash was a shirtless Izuku as the sun rose and made the sweat around his body glisten. Over the past 5 months, Izuku grew 2 inches, making his now 6 foot. His overall figure was much more muscular and leaned as his body adjusted to the harsh training protocol Izuku went through. His weights were still on as they now weighed 10,000 pounds each. The entire beach and the shoreline was completely clean and not an ounce of trash was anywhere in sight. Izuku has completed his task in half of the time that was expected. Hey, holy CRP kid. You even cleaned outside the area I told you to. Seriously. There's not one speck of trash left on this beach. And with 5 months to spare. You've exceeded my expectations. Please think. Super CD. Toshinori said as he transformed to his hero form mid-sentence. Izuku started wobbling and fell off the pile of trash that he was on top of. But before he could hit the ground, All Might caught him in his arms. Excellent work. Izuku looked at All Might with a tired smile. I finished everything. All Might. I did it as fast as I could. Do you think I'm ready now for your quirk? Izuku asked as he breathed. Truth to be told, Izuku was exhausted. He spent countless sleepless nights overworking himself trying to clean the trash up as fast as he could. There were days where he didn't even shower or eat, because he was so focused on getting the job done as fast as possible because he knew that he needed as much time as he could in order to prepare for the UA entrance exams coming up in 5 months. However, his determination and the fact that he worked 1,000 times harder than anybody else allowed him to finish cleaning the beach in half of the time that was expected. It was hard, but it was worth it in the end, because now he has 5 more months to train. Yeah, you did good, kid. I gotta say I'm impressed. I knew you had it in you, but this is beyond what I thought was possible. Look at this. All Might showed Izuku a picture he took 5 months ago at the beginning of their training. It's you. 5 months ago. Look how far you've come. Such improvement. There's still a long road ahead of you before you can inherit my full power set. But it's starting to look like you can do it. All Might bellowed as he pointed towards the huge pile of trash above them from where Izuku fell. Izuku looked down and raised his fist. All Might, do I deserve this? Are you sure? All Might raised his eyebrows as he looked at Izuku curiously. You've put so much time and energy into helping me. How did I end up so lucky? Izuku said as tears began to escape his eyes. Haha. All Might laughed. Are you really worried about that after all of these months? All Might pat Izuku on the back. It was all your hard work that did this, not mine. Now, for your reward, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku smiled. Yes, sir. All Might plucked a hair from his head. Someone told me this once. There's a difference between being lucky and deserving. One's an accident and the other, a reward. Never get the two confused. All Might replied to Izuku as he remembered the words of his deceased predecessor. Take that to heart, young man. This gift, you earned it with your own valued effort. Izuku smiled as he heard All Might's words. He knew what he said was true. And he took great pride in the fact that he did indeed earn his quirk and is worthy to inherit it. But what All Might said next completely made his eyes go wide. Eat this. All Might yelled as he held his strand of hair towards Izuku. Izuku was speechless as he slowly comprehended what exactly the number 1 hero was saying. To inherit my power, you got to swallow some of my DNA. That's how it works. This isn't exactly how I imagined it. Come on, there's no time. The exam is in 5 months, and we have to get you ready so that you're able to use one for all efficiently, so you'll no doubt make it into Yurei. Eat. All Might yelled as Izuku took the strand of hair and forced himself to swallow it, and cringed as he stopped his GG reflex and swallowed as hard as he could, feel the strand of hair going down his throat. It should take you about 2 hours for you to digest my DNA. By then, One for All should start taking into an effect. Until then you should relax and take a breather. I know how hard you have worked these past 5 months. Also take off those weights, as you shouldn't strain your muscles because One for All can hurt your body enough as it is. All Might said as he gave Izuku a water bottle. When Izuku finished the water bottle and took off his weights, he began to feel a surging sensation throughout his body. It's similar to the ki energy he uses with his quirk, but it was different. He could feel a lightning ozone go through his veins and a shooting star rushing through space as it gathers energy and power second by second. All Might, I think I can feel One for All. It's growing stronger by the second. Izuku yelled as immediately stopped resting to tell All Might the news. But that should be impossible. It has not even been 5 minutes yet. Surely your body hasn't digested that one strand of hair that fast. Well, you see, one side effect of my quirk is that it exponentially increases my metabolism rate. So food digests faster and it makes me hungrier than the average person, and it allows me to eat a lot more than the average person also. So your hair has probably digested by now, and I think I'm able to use your quirk now. Izuku explained. He could feel the power get stronger and stronger, adapting to the incredibly strong body. I see. I guess it's convenient for the situation. Are you feeling okay, young Midoriya? You think you can try to use One for All in your current state? All Might asked with concern for his successor. Izuku smirked as he flexed his right arm. I think it wouldn't hurt to give it at least a test run. Well, alright, don't push yourself too hard, young man. Remember, we got 5 months left to prepare you for the exams, so we've got plenty of time. Right? So how exactly do I activate the quirk? Izuku asked curiously as he can still feel the intoxicating power flowing through him, just waiting to burst out. It's pretty simple, kid. All you have to do is clench your butt cheeks and reach down from the depths of your heart and yell smash. All Might yelled as he demonstrated by punching the air and creating a mini tornado that resulted in a whirlwind. Izuku nodded and looked towards the crystal blue ocean. He concentrated and raised his right arm and clenched his butt cheeks. His arm began to glow as red markings appeared and his biceps bulged as he can feel the power building up in one point. He can also feel his ki in his right arm supporting the power that One for All was giving him. It was so unreal, the power. He has never felt anything like this before. It felt so right and meshed so well with his other quirk that it practically felt like a perfect combination. Izuku looked towards the ocean and yelled with all his might. Smayawayawash. Izuku sent a thunderous punch towards the sea. The force of the punch was so great that it sent him back a couple of yards. It created winds that were going at 60 miles per hour. The sea was split into two as it created waves that were so high that it seemed that they could touch the heavens. Izuku's punch also created a tornado similar to the one that All Might produced with his Detroit smash against the sludge villain. It wasn't strong enough to completely change the weather like All Might did, but it was still impressive in its own right. Especially since it was Izuku's first try. All Might smirked as he saw the display of power Izuku put on. He was extremely impressed, and Izuku even exceeding his expectations once again. That smash was near the level of All Might's 5% Detroit smash in his prime. All Might walked over to Izuku to see the condition of his arm. He knew what the backlash of using One for All for the first time could be like. He just hoped that he didn't completely break his arm. Wow, I was able to do that much with just one punch. I can't wait to see what I'm able to do when I've mastered this quirk. The power output is so amazing. All Might's jaw dropped to the ground when he saw Izuku standing with no injuries at all, looking completely fine. Young Midoriya, is your arm alright? Do you feel any pain? All Might asked in surprise as Izuku didn't even look like he was in pain. His arm looked completely normal. Yeah, it feels a little numb, but that's probably mostly from the weights I had on. I guess all my training paid off. My body is able to handle the backlash of One for All with little to no injuries. So does that mean my body is a proper vessel now? Izuku asked All Might as he was stretching to loosen up his muscles. This will make your training a lot easier. And since you've given us a 5-month head start, in that time, we will be focusing on increasing your control and efficiency rate of using One for All. This is so that by the exams you will be used to the effects of One for All and you won't have to worry about not knowing how to use it. Young Midoriya, are you sure you don't need rest? I know you have been working really hard, so are you sure you can keep training for the rest of the day? All Might knew how important getting into U.A and becoming a hero is to Izuku. He also understood how little time he has to prepare. However, too much of anything can be detrimental to anyone, especially if one were to overwork themselves. The human body had limits after all. So it would be only natural is the young man needed to take a day off to rest and recuperate. No, it's fine. I promise you All Might I can keep going. How many times do I have to tell you this? I have to work 1,000 times harder than anyone else if I want to be number one. I don't want to just make it into UA. I want to excel and be the top student of my class. So that's why I'll keep training no matter what, and I won't rest until my job is done. Izuku yelled with vigor. The same red markings of One for All began to appear around both of his arms and legs as he flexed his arms ready to get to work. All Might just smiled. What else could he expect? Hearing those words just gave him the reassurance that he made the right decision in choosing Izuku as his successor to bear One for All. You truly have the spirit of a hero, young man. Then it's settled. These next 5 months we will train your control of One for All and we will commence by holding a series of sparring matches between you and me so you can get some combat training. Get ready, young man, because this is where the real training starts. Also, I almost forgot to mention, from now on, refer to me as Toshinori-sensei. 4.5 months later, 2 weeks until the U.A entrance exams. It's been over 4.5 months since Izuku gained One for All, and the progress he was able to make in such a short amount of time is nothing short of amazing. He is now able to use One for All at 20% and at a very proficient level. Usually, when children awaken their quirks, it's hard for them to use their powers without wasting a lot of energy. That doesn't seem to be the case with Izuku though. Izuku is so skilled at using his quirk that he's able to fight and launch attacks with little to no backlash to his physical body. When All Might saw the progress that Izuku was making during their sparring matches, practically getting stronger, faster and better every day, it almost scared him. He has never seen someone so young be able to adapt and increase the output of their quirk almost flawlessly. Izuku's key abilities improved as well. He could now sense the energy signature of a person 1,000 miles away and can even lower his own energy to the point where he's almost completely unnoticeable. During these 4 months, Izuku has had some weird dreams. His dreams would always involve either a man with spiky black hair and an orange outfit or shorter man with long upright spiky hair with some sort of armor on. In these dreams he saw various things. He saw many fights and the encounters that those two had in their lives and even some techniques that Izuku learned. One technique that Izuku was able to learn was the Kamehameha and the Gallic gun used by the man with the orange outfit and the man with the blue armor respectively. Izuku felt like he should know who those two are, but he just couldn't quite put his finger on it. Maybe it was another side effect of his quirk? Whatever the case, they were very helpful to him in his training. It allowed him to learn many fighting techniques that he could use during his sparring matches with All Might. Granted, he was never able to win against the number one hero. He just had much more experience than him. However, Izuku was able to land some hits on him and even catch him off guard a couple times and actually almost managed to beat him one time, if it wasn't for that Dmed Oklahoma smash that sent poor Izuku flying away towards the sky. All Might went really hard on him during those spars, and he even complimented on Izuku's fighting style, saying if he had not had more raw power and hero experience than Izuku, he probably would have beat him. During those sparring matches, All Might made sure to have Izuku wear his training weights at all times. He increased the weight to 25,000 pounds on each limb. His rationale for such harsh training conditions is that if Izuku is able to keep up with somebody as fast as All Might with 100,000 pounds on his body, then he should have no problem outperforming any other person during the exams physically. This day and age, too many people rely solely on their quirk to do all the hard work, when in reality they have forgotten just how powerful humans can become with their physical bodies alone. And thanks to Izuku's quirk, His physical abilities seemed to have skyrocketed. This is one edge that Izuku will have over any other applicant, as both Izuku and All Might knew for a fact that no other person his age trains like Izuku does. Detroit Smash. Instantly the waves of the Dagoba Municipal Beach were raised to seemingly impossible levels. The ocean rumbled as if a tempest was taking place, but the weather remained the same. Not strong enough. Toshinori-sensei is able to change the entire weather with a single Detroit Smash almost effortlessly. Mine is pretty good, but it still lacks the extra force and volume that Toshinori-sensei's smashes have. Guess I'll have to keep practicing until I get to that level, Izuku said to himself as he stood on the beach by himself. He is currently shirtless as he was sweating from training the entire day. All Might isn't there because this is one of the days when Izuku is supposed to be taking a day off. But who was he kidding? Izuku doesn't know the definition of a day off. Izuku now stood at 6 feet 2 inches as he was able to grow 1 more inch during the past couple of months training with All Might. Izuku guessed that the reason he was growing so fast was because of the addition of One for All. His body adapted, since the bigger and stronger his body is, the more effective his usage of One for All can be. He now had a defined six-pack, which is a sign of evidence of all the hard training he has done these past 9.5 months. Well, at least it's better than before 2 months ago. Flashback to 2.5 months ago. DMN it, yelled a frustrated Izuku. He just finished a sparring session with All Might, and was currently taking a 5-minute break. Why do you seem so troubled, my boy? You have made excellent progress. At this point, Izuku has already gained access to 10% of One for All. He is able to activate it in all 4 limbs and fight on par with All Might's 10%. It's just that, I feel that there is a way to use One for All a lot easier and more efficiently like you, Toshinori-sensei. When you use One for All, it's not just in your arms and legs, but your whole body, and you're able to use it with much more versatility. I want to be able to use it like that as well, but for some reason I can only activate it in my limbs. Right when he said those words, Izuku widened his eyes as a light bulb lit up in his head. Wait a minute, that's it? Izuku exclaimed as he jumped up and confused All Might. Huh. All this time, I've been thinking of One for All as sort of like a SW, where I turn on and off whenever I use its power, as if it's an external weapon, sort of like a gun or sword. However, I've got it all wrong. One for All isn't just some disposable weapon. It's a part of me. It's connected to my very core and soul. It's the power that will unite the world and smash all evil into its place. I am One for All. Izuku closed his fists and began to power up and use One for All. Red markings immediately appeared on his arms and legs. Then it started to spread to his forearm, then to his hands, then to his feet and upwards to his chest and shoulders. Come on. Focus and concentrate, Izuku said loudly and grit his teeth as he put in his absolute best effort. The red markings then rose up to his neck, cheeks and ears. Then it finally reached to his eyes and head as his eyes turned into a brighter and glowing shade of green. His hair rose a little as his green spikes became a little more defined. After that, the unique red markings completely disappeared, and in its place came a sparking green lighting coated with a reddish aura that produced an ozone scent. Izuku smirked. I did it. I can use the power of One for All throughout my whole body now. It feels amazing. All Might smiled in pure pride. He was so proud of how far Izuku was progressing in such little time. He will even admit that he's doing better than when he himself got One for All for the first time. All Might cracked his knuckles. You ready for another round? Izuku just grinned and charged full speed towards All Might and yelled, One for All, full cowl. Back to the present. Izuku smiled at the memory. Ever since that day, he has practiced using full cowl nonstop, doing his best to increase his control as much as possible for the exams. Now he had only 2 weeks left and he wanted to be prepared for anything U.A may throw at him. However, he also knew that if he pushed himself way too hard, it could start to have negative effects on his overall health. Izuku is smart enough to know that any addiction, even an addiction to training, is bad for you. But he just can't help himself. He just loves to train and fight. It fills him with excitement and joy that he can't really explain. It's almost like some sort of primal nature. Maybe it's because now he has a quirk, he has never experienced the joy in having his own power to develop and train. But it feels like something else. Wow. I have never seen someone pay so much attention to detail for their own quirk. Izuku's eyes widened as he heard a sweet feminine voice behind him. He thought he was alone on the beach. He must have been so preoccupied with his training and own thoughts that he didn't notice their energy signature in close proximity to him. Izuku turned around and was shocked to see what seemed to be a teenage girl his age with his hero journal number 14 in her hands as she read with awe. However, the fact that there was a girl reading his journal wasn't what shocked him, but it was the girl herself. Standing at a height of about 5 feet 8 inches, she has black hair with a long spiky ponytail and gray eyes. Her face is nothing short of appealing. She has a mature physique for her age and a curvaceous figure that most women would kill for. She has bangs on the right side of her face and she also has a large bust. Izuku had to admit, she is one of the most gorgeous females he has ever seen. Oh hi, I didn't see you there. What brings an appealing young lady like yourself to this beach? Izuku asked as he put back on a green tank top he was wearing earlier, feeling embarrassed being shirtless around such a pretty girl. The girl blushed after hearing that kind of compliment from a boy who she will admit is handsome. I could say the same to you. I just wanted to find a good spot to relax and ease my thoughts. And what do you know, I find a appealing beach that suits perfectly, she said as she turned a page in Izuku's journal. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu, by the way. And what is a handsome hunk like you doing out here alone? She asked with a smirk as she complimented Izuku back. Now it was Izuku's turn to blush. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Yaoyorozu-chan. As to what I'm doing here? Well, I'm just training to prepare for the U.A entrance exams in 2 weeks. I really want to excel above my peers and get in, and I know it's going to be really difficult. So that means I can't slack off and I have to continue training diligently. Izuku answered proudly with a big smile on his face. Cute smile, Momo said in her head as she smiled in awe of Izuku's will and determination. Well then, if you make it in, then we'll be seeing more of each other. Because I got accepted into U.A through recommendation. Whoa, seriously? You were able to get into the #1 hero course solely through recommendation. That must mean your skill set and quirk is amazing enough to accomplish such a feat. Wow, congratulations, you earned it. Izuku said, impressed. Momo was speechless to say the least. She expected him to say how lucky she was or that she got in the easy way. But in reality, Izuku said the opposite. Which she really appreciated since she deals with self-confidence issues and sometimes doubts her abilities as a hero. So hearing Izuku's words was a relief to her that she needed. Thank you very much, Midoriya-san. That really means a lot to me, Momo said as her cheeks became a little red. Don't mention it. And you can call me Izuku. You don't have to be so formal. Izuku said as he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Okay, then if I can call you Izuku, then you should be able to call me Momo. It's only fair, right? Sure, no problem, Momo-chan, Izuku said as his eyes widened. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to ask. What is your quirk? It must be really powerful to allow you get accepted into U.A through recommendation alone. Izuku asked curiously as he was now really interested in Momo's quirk, being the nerd that he is. My quirk is called creation. It allows me to create any inorganic object as long as I understand the atomic makeup of said object. The only drawback is that creating objects require lipids as fuel and my skin needs to exposed so I can create something. Momo demonstrated by holding out her hand as a baseball appeared out of her skin. That is so cool. That makes your quirk adaptable to virtually any situation. It's also very useful in daily life as well. No wonder you were able to get accepted into U.A through recommendation alone. You're really amazing, Momo-chan. Izuku said as he truly was impressed by the greatness of Momo's creation quirk. Momo's face began to get red once again as she received another kind and truthful compliment from the 9th holder of One for All. All her life, she thought her quirk as not so great as it wasn't exactly an offensive juggernaut. However, this handsome boy she just met said that her quirk is amazing and that she is deserving of being accepted into UA. It made her heart skip a beat seeing the warm and kind nature that the boy had. She also couldn't find any deceit in his eyes or face since he was being 100% truthful. So what exactly can you do with you quirk Izuku-kun? Momo was now the one curious and interested. My quirk is a physical enhancement type. I'm able to increase my strength, speed, and durability to superhuman levels and deal massive damage. Look, I'll show you. Now it was Izuku's turn to demonstrate. The scent of ozone invaded Momo's nostrils as Izuku powered up to 5% one for all. Full cowl and green sparkling lightning surrounded his body. Momo stood in awe at the pure raw power that Izuku was emitting. Izuku turned towards the sea. You should take a couple steps back, Izuku warned as Momo listened to what he said and moved back. Izuku readied his fist and yelled. Detroit smash. Just like before, the ocean waves rose to an unbelievable height as a mini tornado was created, causing the whole beach to slightly rumble. Momo widened and gasped, such power! I've never seen anything like it. It's comparable to All Might. Izuku rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Oh, you're being too kind. I'm nowhere near All Might's level. Izuku blushed at the praise. However, that blow was using one for all only. He could have used ki to throw an even bigger smash, but Izuku wasn't one to boast. Oh, stop being modest. It's true, I haven't seen a quirk like yours before. You can be a real powerhouse as a hero. Momo then looked at her phone to see a message from her father, telling her to come home, since it was getting late. The sun was already starting to set. I'm sorry, Izuku, but I have to head home. It's getting late and my parents don't think it's safe for me to be out during dark. Momo said, disappointed at the fact that she had to leave. That's no problem, I can take you home if you want, just tell me the address, Izuku offered as he started floating above the ground and getting ready to take off. Hold on a minute, you can fly too? That's incredible, Izuku-kun. I don't mind since I want to see how it is to fly. Let's get going then. Izuku proceeded to pick up Momo bridal style and flew off to Momo's address. During the whole ride, Momo had a huge blush on her face. She could feel Izuku's rock-hard abs through his shirt. Momo looked down at the appealing city and saw the appealing sunset keeping her in awe. She looked up to see Izuku's smiling face. She felt secure, safe, and protected in his arms. She somehow knew that he wouldn't drop her or let anything bad happen to her. As she thought of this, it made the blush on her face darken and caused her heart rate to increase. We're here, Izuku said as he descended to the ground. In front of them was a huge expensive mansion with a large front yard. Did I make a wrong turn? Izuku asked. No, this is the place. Holy see, she is stinking rich. Izuku yelled in his mind as he didn't expect Momo to come from such a financial background. Before I go, let's exchange phone numbers so we can keep in touch, Momo said as she put her phone number in Izuku's phone and vice versa. Goodbye, Izuku, I'll text or call you later. Good luck in the exams. Momo shouted right before she entered her house. Izuku waved and flew to the air towards his house. While he was in the air, he realized something. I talked to a girl. I even got her number and she's smoking hot too. 7 comment. Chapter 2, The U.A. Entrance Exams and Inheritance. Chapter 2, The U.A. Entrance Exams and Inheritance. For I know the thoughts that I think toward you, saith the Lord, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you an expected end. February 26th, the morning of the U.A. entrance exams. The sun rose. The ocean waves moved. The seagulls flew in the sky. It was a peaceful sight this morning at the Dagoba Municipal Beach. It was quiet. The only sounds that could be heard were the sounds of nature. When the public heard that the once dumpster of a beach returned to its original alluring and prepossessing state, people wondered just how it was cleaned up and by whom. Citizens hypothesized that maybe a diligent hero cleaned it up for maybe some sort of volunteer for community service. But when they tried to think which hero could have done such a feat, nobody came to mind. All of the possible candidates were just too busy to have the time to clean up some beach with no particular reward in return. However, there were rumors being spread around about some civilians passing by and witnessing a skinny, lanky, blonde-haired man yelling at a tall, muscular teenager with green hair as he picked up various types of trash and disposed of them at an inhuman rate. Some even proclaimed that they still saw the same teenager training and practicing his quirk. Every time someone would try to go near him and question him regarding the state of the beach, he would almost instantaneously disappear out of their sight, as if he were never there in the first place. Who are those two individuals? And were they the ones responsible for returning the beach to its true glory? The world may never know. Nonetheless, today was an appealing day. Well, it may seem like that on the surface. But in reality, this day is going to be a very significant and important day. The reason for this is that this is the day of this year's UA entrance exams. UA's entrance exams are the hardest to pass of any high school with a hero course. Only 3 in 100 applicants pass every year. For young ones aspiring to be heroes, it is an opportunity to prove themselves and show they have what it takes to be a hero. However, it is easier said than done because there are numerous applicants with only so little seats. The events of today will determine the future generation of heroes. A red truck pulled up on the parking lot of the beach. The driver of said truck none other than Toshinori Yagi, the #1 hero himself. He was wearing a long black coat. The reason he was here is because he texted Izuku last night telling him to meet him at the beach just before the exams. Toshinori walked on the sand and looked around for his young protege. His eyes was finally able to lock onto him. Izuku was floating a few meters above the ocean in a lotus position. His eyes are closed as he was meditating deeply. The milky white aura of his ki would be seen as the ocean currents reacted to the power as they moved in various directions. Alongside his ki was the green lightning aura of One for All. Izuku is currently using 20%. He sensed Toshinori's presence, but he didn't let it stop his flow. His two auras came close to touching as they were nearing each other in the middle of Izuku's body. The two quirks were close to merging with each other. But right before that can happen, the auras completely disappeared with Izuku opening his eyes soon after. In it, I messed up again, Izuku thought with a frustrated and disappointed facial expression. Izuku's frustration was caused by the fact that he was unable to combine his One for All, full cowl mode with his ki throughout his whole body and use the two powers simultaneously. He is able to use the two only in certain concentrated points of his body. For his example, he is able to infuse One for All energy into ki blasts and fire them from his hands or feet to increase the power output. Or he could also infuse ki into an attack like a Detroit Smash and increase the punch's destructive capability. But he isn't able to combine the two all around throughout his body like full cowl. And he really wanted to achieve a mode like that. The reason being that when he combined the two quirks into one attack, it would cost him a decent amount of his stamina and limited his versatility, control, and efficiency. Similar to how it was when he used One for All before he had full cowl. This was something Izuku has been trying to succeed in for the past couple of weeks now, but no matter how hard he concentrated, focused, or tried, it all ended in the same result. Both of his quirks shutting off, and each time making him feel more annoyed. Izuku tried to use a similar strategy to unlock One for All, full cowl. But for some reason, this was just a lot more difficult than he expected. You struck another dead end, huh? Toshinori said to his successor, knowing full well that he just had another failed attempt in combining his quirks. Izuku told Toshinori of his shortcomings with combining the two powers. Toshinori was intrigued at the idea and thought it was actually a very interesting assessment. In theory, if he managed to use One for All and ki simultaneously, it would make him stronger many times over. But to be able to control two quirks with such high levels of raw power was no easy feat. It took Toshinori years until he fully mastered One for All, and even then, it still cost him a considerable amount of stamina to maintain. So he could only imagine how hard it was for Izuku to control both One for All and his ki. It had to be strenuous, especially for Izuku who has only had his quirk for 10 months. I don't know what's the problem, Toshinori-sensei. I've tried everything I could but I keep on coming up short. There has to be something missing but I just don't know what. Izuku flew back to the sand and stretched his legs out. They were a little stiff from the intense and long meditation session. Toshinori sighed. He understood Izuku's frustration, but there are other important matters at hand. The exams are going to begin in about 2 hours, and it would not serve well for Izuku if he is distracted and unfocused. It could cost him dearly if he is not careful, and he could not afford to be off his game. Not today. So to cheer him up, Toshinori transformed. Worry not, young Midoriya. I understand your frustration and concern, but maybe you can try again later. As for right now, you've got bigger fish to fry. The exams are going to commence soon, and it would do no good if you were distracted. You have to bring your A game. This is what you have been training so hard for. You said you want to excel above your peers and become the #1 hero and the next symbol of peace, right? Are you willing to throw all of that away just because of a failed attempt at controlling your quirk which you've only had for 10 months now? Izuku tightened his fists. He knew that what his sensei is saying is 100% true. He shouldn't let something like that discourage him. Of course, there are things in life he won't succeed in at his first try. Nobody is perfect. He's a human, for crying out loud. Or is he? You're absolutely right, Toshinori-sensei. I didn't come this far to only come this far. All of the hard work I've done these past 10 months will be all for naught if I let this one little thing get to my head. Don't worry about me. I will pass the UDA entrance exams. And not only will I pass and get accepted to the #1 hero course, but I will be the #1 applicant and outperform anyone else. And that is because I will be the #1 hero. Izuku exclaimed as he had a cocky smile full of unmatched confidence that actually surprised All Might, as he never heard Izuku be so sure of himself. Usually he would be very modest, timid, and shy. But it seems that All Might successfully brought the young man's spirits up to where they need to be. I would expect nothing less from you, my boy. That drive and will to win is one of the many reasons why you are deserving to be the rightful 9th holder of One for All. I like the confidence, Izuku Midoriya. Let it fuel you to do what you do best, and that is make people's jaw drop. Always remember that I am proud of you, and no matter what may happen in the exams, just know that I take pride in calling you my successor. All Might said honestly, as he truly is happy that he met Izuku. Without him, he may never had found the right successor to pass on One for All. But everything happens for a reason, and All Might had no doubt in his mind, heart, and soul that Izuku is destined to be a hero. Pride, huh? Why does that word make me feel so strong and motivated? Izuku questioned in his mind. But he smiled and replied with, and always remember, Toshinori-sensei, that I feel pride in bearing One for All and that you have chosen me to take your mantle as the next symbol of peace. I promise you that I won't let you down, and I will use the power you have given me to smash any obstacle in my way. Izuku yelled with life as he lifted his right fist that was sparking with green lightning. All Might just smiled. He loves this kid. All Might then checked the time on his phone and saw that the exams are only about an hour and a half away from starting. You should go back home and get ready. The exams will start in an hour and a half. For this special occasion, I'm going to allow you to take off your training weights. I want you to perform at your absolute best and be the #1 applicant. So feel free to go all out if it is necessary to do so. But even if you do as well we're hoping for you to do, I don't want you to get cocky and slack off on your training. That's how you get rusty and sluggish. Understood? All Might said with a stern and strict tone. He may be the hero who always has a smile on his face, but that doesn't mean he can't toughen up and get serious when he has to. Izuku smiled and rolled his eyes. He was used to it anyway. After being forced to carry around 50 tons on his limbs 24/7 for several months, and with that same weight on him, having to spar with the #1 hero practically every day who has the strength to change the weather with a single punch, it didn't really bother or affect him anymore. On the contrary, he is actually grateful All Might is strict in that sense. He would expect nothing less from the #1 hero, and if he himself wants to be the next symbol of peace, he's going to have standards to uphold. Yeah, I know. You slack off on your training and the next thing you know, you're out of shape with man melons. Izuku replied as he gathered his belongings. Exactly. That's my successor. Keep working harder than anyone else, and no one else will be on your level. All Might said as laughed and pointed his finger up towards the sky. Well, I'll talk to you later, Toshinori-sensei. I'll let you know how it all went after the exams finish. See you later, and don't overexert yourself fighting villains. Izuku said right before he blasted off towards the sky. All Might stood there for a second as his eyes followed Izuku's milky white key trail. He left in the sky, flying until he was completely out of sight. Show them what you're made of, kid. I'll be watching you and supporting you every step of the way. Man, I haven't felt this loose and light for a while, Izuku said as he walked towards the Udata building. He was dressed in his middle school uniform with his yellow backpack on. When he went back to his house, he took off his training weights and immediately felt an extreme amount of looseness and relief. It was so much easier for him to move around, and he realized why All Might made him wear the weights 24/. The results were a dramatic increase in dexterity and agility. Immense amounts of raw strength and power means nothing if you can't move as fast or faster than your opponent. All Might wanted to make sure that Izuku would have practically all physical advantages over all of the other applicants. It just made Izuku more grateful for how much All Might has changed his life. Earlier, he received a text from Momo wishing him good luck. Izuku replied with a thanks as his mother also wished him luck in the exams. Izuku is extremely happy that he has people supporting him to succeed. It just made him a lot more motivated. He made a promise to himself that he will make into UA no matter what. Izuku finally reached the entrance to UA. Izuku sensed a familiar energy signature walking behind him. He smiled and turned around, knowing exactly who it was. Good morning, Kacchan. Are you ready for the exams? Izuku asked cheerfully. Over the past 10 months, Izuku got over his fear. A Bakugo. It isn't necessarily because Izuku thinks he's now stronger than him. It's because Izuku realized that now he has power. His own power. Power that he will use to become a hero. And in reality, the same could be said for Bakugo. Izuku sees Bakugo as his equal, not as somebody superior to him. Once upon a time, he may have thought of Bakugo that way, and some could say he even had an inferiority complex. But not anymore. Izuku now has the confidence and pride in himself needed to not have to fear his former childhood bully anymore. They were both just two kids aspiring to be heroes. And really, Izuku just wanted to be friends, not enemies. Katsuki Bakugo looked at Izuku, up and down, sizing him up. You've gotten taller, Deku. It was funny seeing as how Bakugo always figuratively looked down at Izuku for not having a quirk, labeling him worthless and good for nothing. It's how he came up with the name Deku. However, now, Bakugo has to literally look up to Izuku whenever he spoke to him because he was about 7 inches shorter than him now. That fact alone annoyed Bakugo to almost no end. Just how in the hell did he get so much taller, damn it? Is his quirk like a miniature version of MT Ladies or something? It's good to see you too, Izuku replied sarcastically as he laughed at Bakugo's behavior. Izuku knew that Bakugo hated the fact that Izuku now stood taller than him. He would occasionally tease the explosive quirk user that now Izuku had to look down at him. Every time he mentioned this, Bakugo would usually yell and curse at him, saying that he will set Izuku on fire. Izuku would always respond with, "If you can reach me." It would PSS him off even more, and Bakugo's reactions will always cause Izuku to start cracking up. Katsuki merely scoffed, "Whatever, just don't you dare even thinking about trying to get in my way, Deku. I'll show you and everyone else why I'm number one, and that anyone else is just an extra." After his little proclamation, Bakugo went inside as he left Izuku standing there. Other people who were also applying for UDA recognized Bakugo as a student in middle school who was a hostage of the sludge villain 10 months ago. They were amazed that someone his age could have survived such an attack. Some things just never change, Kacchan, Izuku said in his mind. But I'm not defenseless anymore. I have to remember all of the work I put in. Thanks to Toshinori-sensei, I'm actually going to be a hero. Izuku began walking, but then he accidentally tripped on his own feet. Or I'll just die. Izuku closed his and waited to feel the pain coming from his face hitting the pavement, but for some reason it never came. Being confused, Izuku opened his eyes to see himself actually floating off of the ground. But he didn't activate his ki though. So how in the world was he in midair defying the laws of gravity? Are you okay? Izuku heard a sweet and high-pitched voice beside him. He tried to look towards to where the sound of the voice was coming from, but he was stuck in midair and couldn't move properly. So he started panicking and flailing his arms around as he tried to regain his balance. The The same voice laughed as said person helped Izuku up back to his feet. Izuku immediately calmed down as he felt gravity return to his body, thus he again had control over his body. I stopped you with my quirk. I'm sorry I didn't ask you first, but I figured you wouldn't mind me catching you. I don't think you would have enjoyed kissing concrete. Izuku was able to get a good look at his savior. She is a girl standing at a height of about 5 foot. She is a normal-weighted girl. She has fair skin, big round brown eyes, and shoulder-length brown hair which sports 2 long locks beside her face and a short bob at the back. She also has little pads on the top of each of her fingers similar to the pads on an animal's paws. She was currently wearing a brown coat, with a pink scarf and a black book bag. She also had 2 permanent pink blush marks on each cheek. Izuku's face began to flush a little. He had to admit, the girl in front of him is highly cute and attractive. And the fact that she saved him from tripping over himself also made him a little embarrassed. But he did his best to keep his cool. No, it's fine. You don't have to apologize for anything. Thank you for preventing me from falling on my face. It would have been a terrible omen. Izuku responded as he sheepishly smiled and rubbed the back of his head out of habit. Well then, you're welcome. It happens when you get really nervous, and sometimes we may trip and fall on the way. Well, guess I'll see you inside. Bye. The girl proceeded to enter the U-a building. Izuku stood there as he just processed what just happened. Holy Siri, that's the second girl I just talked to recently. It is true. Excluding his mother, Izuku doesn't have much communication or interaction with the opposite section. It was not until he met Momo that he actually started to have a little more socialization with females. After so many years as being deemed a social outcast, Izuku got used to being pretty much antisocial. He really doesn't have any friends aside from Momo, who he just met 2 weeks ago, and if you really want to go there, you could count Bakugo, but that's really it. As a result of being deprived of friends, he doesn't have any experience with girls, and if a girl were to talk to him, he would almost freeze up. Especially if the girl is as attractive as Momo or the brunette that saved him. It also doesn't help that Izuku has been fatherless for pretty much his whole childhood up until now. A father would be needed for teenage problems like this. But as fate would have it, Izuku's father can't be around. Apparently he works abroad and has a full schedule where he can't even come to visit for like 1 day. However, he makes sure to support Izuku and his mother financially. But at what cost? Izuku is not even sure. His father was aware that he was quirkless. Izuku shook his head as he cleared those thoughts out of his head. I have to focus, I can't let such trivial things distract. I have an exam to take that could dictate my future as a pro hero. And with that last thought, Izuku went inside the building. U-a Hero Course Entrance Exam Orientation. The written exam was a breeze. Izuku felt full confidence that he aced it. All those hours spent on his hero journals weren't for nothing. During his 10-month training, Izuku made sure to focus on his studies as well. When he wasn't training or cleaning up trash, what do you think he was doing? What good is godly strength if there isn't an intelligent mind to understand how to use it? When Izuku said he was going to excel above all other applicants, he didn't just mean physically, but mentally as well. Izuku understood that mental strength is just as, if not more, important as physical strength was. I guess being a nerd and fanboy helped me out in the long run. Izuku muttered to himself as he found his assigned seat in the auditorium. He saw that the person adjacent to his right was none other than Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku concluded that it must be because they were from the same middle school. As the last few people entered, the lights turned out, and out in center stage was none other than the voice hero, Present Mike, also known as Hisashi Yamada. Hisashi is a tall, slender man with long, spiky blonde hair and a small mustache. He wears a pair of headphones with the word Hage written on the headband and a pair of sunglasses. When his eyes are visible, they appear as concentric circles. He is almost always seen with a large smile on his face. Present Mix hero costume consists of a black jacket with an upturned collar complete with studs. He sports a tan, studded shoulder pads, black briefs with a red studded belt, black boots, and black fingerless gloves. His neck is completely covered by a directional speaker. What's up, U-a candidates? Thanks for tuning in to me, your school DJ. Come on and let me hear ya. Present Mike shouted to only receive silence as a response. Keeping it mellow, huh? That's fine, I'll skip straight to the main show. Let's talk about how this practical exam is going to go down, okay? Are you ready? Begins silence. Oh my goodness, it's the voice hero Present Mike. So cool. I listen to his radio show every day of the week. It's so crazy nuts that all of the Udata teachers are pro heroes. Izuka, however, was nerding out as usual as he was thrilled for the fact that if and when he gets into Uday, he will have the opportunity to meet all of his favorite heroes in person. Will you shut up? Bakugo growled in annoyance. Knowing Izuku as well as he does, this pretty much is an everyday occurrence. And it will always drive him bonkers. Seriously, could he stop fanboying for 5 minutes? Like your application says, today you rocking boys and girls will be out there conducting 10-minute mock battles in super hip urban settings. After I drop the mic here, you'll head to your specified battle center. Sound good? For the third consecutive time, Present Mike was responded back with silence. Wow, tough crowd today. It must be because of the pressure and anxiousness that comes with these types of tests. I see. They're splitting us up so that we can't work with any of our friends, Bakugo said as Izuku looked at his and Bakugo's cards to see that they were in fact assigned to different battle centers. Izuku's card says Battle Center B, while Bakugo's card read Battle Center A. Yeah, you're right. Our examinee numbers are one after the other, but we are assigned a different battle center. Izuku replied as he took a peek at Bakugo's card. Get your eyes off my card. I was really looking forward to crushing you. Izuku just smiled and shrugged. Of course you were. Why would I expect anything less from you? Okay. Let's check out your targets. There are 3 types of foe villains in every battle center. You'll earn points based on their level of difficulty, so you better choose wisely. The goal in this trial is to use your quirk to raise your score by immobilizing the foe villains. But check it. Attacking other examinees and any other unheroic actions are strictly prohibited. May I ask a question? One examinee asked. Okay. Present Mike pointed towards the examinee as a spotlight was put on him. On the printout, there are 4 types of villains. If that is a misprint, then Udai, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed of that foolish mistake. We examinees are here in this place because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes. The person who said that is a tall, 179 cm/5 foot 10 inch, and muscular young man. He has black hair and wears rectangular half-rim glasses, which go with his serious attitude. His eyes are also somewhat rectangular, as is his jaw. He turned around and pointed towards Izuku. In addition, you over there with the curly and spiky hair. You've been muttering this whole time. It's distracting. If you're here on a pleasure trip, then you should leave immediately. Izuku covered his mouth in embarrassment. I'm sorry, he muttered. Everybody other examinee present began to chuckle and snicker. Okay. Examinee number thanks for the great message. The 4th type of villain is worth 0 points. That guy's an obstacle, so to speak. There's one in every battle center. It's an obstacle that will go crazy in narrow spaces. It's not impossible to defeat, but there's no reason to defeat it either. I recommend that you listeners try to avoid it. Present Mike said, finishing his explanation of the 4th villain. Thank you very much. Please excuse the interruption. The serious kid sat back down. I see. It's like the obstacles you avoid in video games, huh? The whole thing is like a video game, said other examinees in the auditorium as they absorbed the information they just learned about the upcoming practical exam. That's all from me. Finally, I'll give you listeners a present our school motto. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Now everyone, good luck suffering. UA High School Hero Course Entrance Exam Battle Center B. The bus arrived at the battle center, and Izuku was immediately mesmerized. The setting for the practical exam is a giant mock city with many tall buildings and structures. It just goes to show how top-notch of a school UA is. To be able to afford to have access to all of these building sites is incredible. And this is only for the entrance exam. Imagine what kinds of things actual students get to do in hero training. It just made Izuku all the more motivated to ace this test. As soon as Izuku stepped out, he took a deep breath. He is wearing his green training tracksuit. He put 10 whole months of grueling and strenuous work into this same attire when he was training under All Might. So, Izuku thought it was only fitting to make sure that hard work didn't go to waste by wearing the same garb that got him there in the first place. A good luck measure, to put it simply. It's time to do it. It's time to give everything I got from my training with Toshinori-sensei these past 10 months. I will become the hero I always dreamed of being. Izuku said in his head as he began shaking. Why am I shaking? I know I'm not nervous, because I know I have full confidence in my abilities and so does Toshinori-sensei. Wait a minute, the shaking. It isn't from anxiety, it's from excitement. It's true. For some reason, Izuku couldn't explain it, but the idea of going out and fighting robots and showing the world what you're capable of. The whole concept just filled Izuku with a sudden urge to just rush out and destroy everything in his path. This violent nature. It feels similar to the primal nature inside his core that he felt when fighting the sludge villain. It was so bizarre. It's almost like it was embedded in his DNA. As if he was born for the sole reason of fighting. Whatever it was, Izuku couldn't help but admit that he liked it. The rush of excitement, he can feel it fueling him, preparing him for the battle that's to come in a few moments. His patience was running thin. He just wanted to start right now and Detroit smash every single robot that dared come in his path. Mock battles. Izuku muttered to himself as he looked around at his competition. Everybody seems to be confident. They even have equipment to go with their quirks. Izuku kept on wandering his eyes until he saw a specific person. Oh, it's the person I met at the school gates. The nice person. She was assigned to the same battle center, huh? Oh yeah, I have to thank her for earlier. Izuku began to walk towards the girl's direction until he felt a hand on his left shoulder stop him right in his tracks. Izuku turned his head to see it is the same kid with glasses that called him out for his muttering earlier. He's here too? Izuku thought embarrassingly as he hadn't forgotten what transpired in the auditorium not even 30 minutes ago. That girl appears to be trying to focus. What are you doing here? You taking the entrance exam to interfere with everyone else? The boy asked with a stern voice with a stern glare that put Izuku on edge. Izuku jumped and began to flail his arms around, and no, of course not. That guy's the one who was about to trip in front of the school gates, right? The one who winced after being called out. He may seem like a tough competitor given his height and extreme muscular figure, but he seems to be a nervous wreck. At the very least, we have one less rival to worry about, huh? Lucky for us. All of the other examinees who saw the interaction between the two said simultaneously as they didn't see Izuku as a threat. I feel like the others think they lucked out because I'm here, huh? Yeah, I guess my nervous stuttering and muttering may give off that kind of impression. I may have mostly gotten rid of my self-confidence issues, but I still need to work on my nervousness and stuttering and muttering. No wonder why I have social issues. Izuku thought in his head as he felt a smile to creep on his face. But I could use this to my advantage. They already wrote me off as a non-threat. So now I have the element of surprise in my arsenal. So they think I'm nothing to worry about, huh? Okay then, let me show them a portion of what I can do. The familiar scent of ozone filled the air, as Izuku's body began to emit green sparking lighting which immediately caught everyone's attention as they didn't expect for Izuku to activate his quirk before the practical officially began. I'll start with 5%, Izuku mentally said as the green lightning became slightly bigger as he went from 1% to 5%, one for all, full cowl. Everybody was so immersed into Izuku's light show display, questioning whether he had some sort of electrical quirk, that they didn't notice Present Mike above them. Okay, start. Present Mike shouted. Everybody stood there confused as they failed to process what was going on. What's wrong? There are no countdowns in real fights. The die has been cast, you know. Look, there's already one examinee who's way ahead of all of you. The examinees looked ahead shocked to see Izuku already running and jumping over buildings as he already found robots to destroy. Whoa, he's so fast. He was right next to me, and yet I didn't even notice when he moved. The boy with the glasses said as he and the rest of the examinees, who were still shocked at Izuku's pure speed, raced ahead to begin the practical exam. Meanwhile, with Izuku as he was running down a street, a robot came in front of him and cut him. Izuku stopped and grinned, "So you're the one-pointer. Target acquired. I will kill you," the one-pointer said as it charged straight at Izuku. "Bad mistake," Izuku said as he flicked his finger towards the robot. Delaware smash. The force of the finger flick was so potent that it was able to create a sharp gust of wind that completely obliterated the robot in half and barely left any scrap metals left. Really, that's it? That was barely even a warm-up. If the rest of the robots are like this, then this test will be a breeze. Izuku exclaimed as he began running and leaping looking for more victims. At the top of a building, Izuku saw a whole pack of 10 two-pointers, waiting for a fellow examinee and to catch them off guard. Izuku saw this as another opportunity and leaped high above the building and yelled, "Texas smash!" Izuku brought his fist towards the floor of the roof and it created a shockwave that reduced all 10 of the robots to absolute scrap metal. So that's 20 points plus the one-pointer is 21 points. But I'm kind of getting the hang of this, Izuku said cheerfully as he jumped off the roof and landed on the ground. There, he found 5 three-pointers and 3 two-pointers already waiting for him. They must have heard the shockwave of his Texas smash and began looking for him. The faux villains circled Izuku as they seemed to be planning to jump him and attack him all at once. Izuku realized this and just smirked, "Come on, bring it on. Give it your best shot." After hearing this, the robots charged all at once hoping to corner him and end his life right then and there. You fell for the bait. Right as the robots were inches away from capturing Izuku, he began to spin around at overwhelming speeds. Oklahoma smash. The result was a whirlwind that immediately sent the robots flying as they were completely destroyed by Izuku's smash just like their kin before them. I've been dying to test that move out ever since Toshinori-sensei used it on me during that spar one day, Izuku said as once again commenced to run and count his points. Okay, so that's 35 points now, if I did the math correctly. Man, these robots don't seem to be a challenge at all. That's probably because these were meant for untrained teenagers with subpar quirks to be able to beat them. Not for someone who trained directly under the #1 hero himself and inherited his awesome quirk. Izuku concluded as found another pack of 5 three-pointer robots who were coming directly to him. Let's try this, Izuku yelled as he fired 5 yellow key blasts at each of the three-pointers with deadly precision. The yellow blasts melted through the metal and vaporized their circuits as they began to malfunction and fall to the ground, completely dying out. Man, I'm having a field day out here. Meanwhile, in the judge's room. In this practical exam, the examinees have not been informed of the number of villains or their locations. They have a limited amount of time in a vast area. They have to draw the villains out from there. It was a dark room with many monitors showing each of the examinees and how they are conducting in the practical exam. There were UA staff members sitting in chairs as they assess the performance of the examinees and how they decide to adapt to the conditions that were just previously stated. Information gathering ability to understand the situation before anyone else. A monitor showed a big bulky examinee with what seemed to be tentacles on a rooftop using his arms to scan or look for something. Mobility that can be used in many different circumstances. Another monitor showed the serious guy with the glasses, using his speed to pick off enemies one by one. Discernment to be able to stay calm in any situation. A blonde French kid is shown shooting a laser from a device on his waist and decimating the faux villains with complete and utter confidence. And pure combat ability. A monitor screen shows Bakugo in a path of utter destruction as all around him are fallen robots with smoke all around them. He looked like he was constipating as he was maniacally laughing like a crazed psychopath who has been let out of his cage. Everything that came in his way, he destroyed using his explosion quirk, which is an ability very suitable for this practical exam. He just wished Deku were there. If he saw him, he would have destroyed him too and anyone else who dared to try and stand in HS way. Honestly, his actions and attitude kind of freaked some of the judges out. But they couldn't ignore the pure combat prowess and potential that the kid was showing, as he seemed to be one who was a unique card. These basic abilities needed to keep the peace in the streets are turned into points in this test. "Doesn't this year's group look promising?" a feminine voice said. One monitor showed Izuku flying and smashing and dashing around as he kept on racking up the points with no seemingly end to his chaos. His efficiency was off the charts as he kept on earning so many points in so little time at a constant rate. He was sweating as he kept the fast pace up. He wanted to earn as many points as possible, as he was serious about his declaration earlier stating that he was going to be the #1 applicant. No foe villain was safe as they got smashed by the power of One for All or got blasted to smithereens due to Izuku's potent ki blasts. His display of demps surprised the staff members as they never seen anything like it. The way he moved, it was as if he were born and bred to fight. Like it was in his blood. A wild lion that was finally let go from his civilized cage and set free to roam in the wild as he caught his prey. If anything, it was like they were witnessing a mini version of All Might. Especially that young man right there. "He just oozes raw power and is a cut above the rest," said the same female judge seductively as she liked her lip hungrily when she saw Izuku's defined muscles through his tracksuit. "Well, we can't know for sure yet. Their true test is still to come," said another staff member as he pressed a large red button. "Back with Izuku. Detroit Smash." Izuku shouted as he punched a 3-pointer square in the face. It fell down and short-circuited completely, making its red eyes turn off and it could no longer function. "Alright, I think that's like 141 points. I should try to find some more robots and see if I can boost my score up to 150. Izuku said as he began to walk down a street to look for more foe villains. Throughout the whole practical exam, Izuku has only used 5% of One for All. He saw no reason to change how much power he was using since the robots weren't much of a challenge and it was provided him with a large amount of quickness, which is one of the main reasons why he was able to rack up so many points. It also didn't spend much stamina, as the higher the percentage of One for All he uses, the more stamina and energy is required. So Izuku deemed it best to just remain at the level he was at for now. It's best to save his energy. "Okay, so where are the little critters at?" Izuku said, but before he can start moving, the ground began to rumble as buildings around him began to collapse. The other examinees looked up to see what was going on, and what they saw scared the living daylights out of them. Standing taller than all of the buildings was a humongous green robot with 8 red eyes. It had hands the size of trucks that effortlessly crushes the top of tall buildings. It had a base the size of a tank with about 12 to 16 wheels, and along its body, it had missiles that can be fired simultaneously in all possible directions. It looked like all 3 types of robots combined into one, but then multiply the size by like 100, and there you go. Holy CRPITS huge. That must be the 0-pointer. Isn't it a little too big? Izuku said as the 0-pointer proceeded to throw a punch towards the ground, which caused a giant dust wave that momentarily blinded all of the examinees as they were forced to cover their eyes. When the dust wave settled, all other examinees began to run for their lives as they didn't want to be in the 0-pointer's path of chaos and destruction. Izuku looked up at the monster killer robot and started to shake. It wasn't the nervous kind of shaking, but the strange, exciting kind of shaking that Izuku got right before the exams began. He didn't know why he was starting to have this sensation again. His mind was telling him to run as he knew he had way more than enough points to pass. But his body, his instinct was telling him otherwise. It was like a strange voice in his heart and soul that was yelling at him to fight the 0-pointer and smash it down. But his more rational and logical mind was telling him to do the opposite. Izuku was frozen. He didn't know what to do. Should he run and hide? Or should he stay and fight? An overwhelming threat. How people act after they've seen this shows their true nature. The young man with the glasses that called out Izuku before ran by Izuku, who was still standing there frozen. He shook his head and kept on running away from the 0-pointer along with everyone else. Less than 2 minutes left. Present Mike shouted as he reminded the examinees how much time they had left. Not that it mattered. It seemed everyone besides Izuku wasn't going to try to gain any more points, as their main priority was to get away from the giant killer 0-pointer as soon as humanly possible. Less than 2 minutes? Izuku said in shock. Damn it, I wanted to get to 150 points. But it seems I can't since there's a goddamn freaking metal Godzilla in the way. I guess I won't be able to get 150 points after all. Izuku thought in his head. But just about when he was going to turn around and fly away, he heard something. Ow! Izuku stopped and turned back around. Under a pile of debris and pieces of buildings was the same cute brown-haired girl who saved Izuku from tripping at the school gates earlier today. Her legs seemed to be stuck and she couldn't get out. Music. My Hero Academia, You Say Run, Epic Plus Ultra Cover. By Friedrich Habitler Music. I stopped you with my quirk. I'm sorry I didn't ask you first, but I figured you wouldn't mind me catching you. I don't think you would have enjoyed kissing concrete. Izuku remembered vividly the words she uttered when she saved him from falling onto the ground. And right when he remembered those very words, something in Izuku snapped. And he began to run towards the girl and the 0-pointer. There is absolutely no merit in taking on that faux villain. But that creates opportunity for it to shine brightly. Izuku used 20% one for all, full cowl, to get to the girl as fast as possible. Once he reached her, he lifted up the debris effortless and picked her up bridal style and carried her away to safety. Once Izuku found a spot where he knew she would be safe, he told her, "Stay here and don't come near the 0-pointer." Izuku then used 20% to run back towards the robot. Meanwhile, the girl had a blush on her face, as she could still feel his touch and the way he carried her to safety. And rise to the surface. The staff members of UA widened their eyes as they saw what was transpiring in Battle Center B. They certainly weren't expecting an examinee to face the 0-pointer directly all by himself. Izuku proceeded to fire 2 Delaware smashes at 20% to distract and flinch the 0-pointer. And he succeeded as he was able to push the 0-pointer back a considerable distance. Izuku took this opportunity to open his hands, place his open right hand above and his open left hand below, and place them together. He then brought this pose down towards his right side and began to say, "Kadash." The 0-pointer began to lock his eyes on Izuku as it realized he was trying to do something. So not wasting any time, it began to move again. And this time, its target was none other than Izuku Midoriya. Me-dash. The UA staff members began to wonder what exactly the spiky green-haired young man was trying to do, as they never seen a pose like that before. Just then, a blue-colored energy like ki blast was starting to appear inside Izuku's hands. This intrigued the judges as they were now really curious on what exactly Izuku was going to do with that. Hadash. The other examinees began to get nervous as they saw the 0-pointer begin to near Izuku. They didn't know what he was trying to do, but he better hurry up, because with each second, the 0-pointer was getting closer and closer as each step was almost like an earthquake. Each one getting louder and louder as the 0-pointer began to get closer and closer. Each step symbolizing the doom that was about to fall on Izuku Midoriya if he doesn't act soon. Me-dash. The brown-haired young girl became to worry and get more worried as the 0-pointer was only 2 or 3 steps away. She wanted to help, but she overused her quirk way too much during the practical exam that she pretty much couldn't do anything. Plus the fact that Izuku gave her a stern warning to not come near the 0-pointer at all pretty much gave her the idea that she couldn't do anything at but watch and pray that he will survive. Just then the blue energy sphere in Izuku's hand became bigger and bigger. After the blue energy sphere reached its max size, Izuku infused one for all power into the energy sphere as well. As a result, the energy sphere became a cyan color as a green lightning surrounded the energy sphere, which amplified its power even more. Just then, the 0-pointed took one last step towards Izuku and raised its right fist and aimed for a punch directly on Izuku's head. Izuku yelled, "Eat this! 1 for all 20%, Kamehameha!" Izuku shot his hands forward and finally fired the blast with all his might. The energy beam was so powerful that it created a shockwave strong enough to push all of the other examinees watching a couple steps back. The cyan energy blast rushed towards the 0-pointer head-on as it was confused on what to do. But it was too late to counter the blast as it already struck the 0-pointer, and the blast was so wide and potent that it was able to completely envelope the huge robot and blast straight through its entire body. The blast created electrical whirlwinds as it, and the blast completely shredded through the zero-pointer's metal and fried its circuits. The entire zero-pointer was completely vaporized as nothing was left of it. Not a piece of scrap metal in sight. Nothing of the robot survived the Kamehameha. That's right. It rises to the surface the most important qualification of a hero, the spirit of self-sacrifice. Music end. Izuku looked over at the girl he just saved and smiled. She's safe? I'm so glad. Izuku collapsed and fell unconscious. Due to using one for all 20% and ki at the same time, it immediately sapped at his energy reserves. Especially since he used one of his most powerful ki techniques, that being the Kamehameha wave. Izuku knew that it was a risky move since he used all of the one for all energy he currently has access to into one he had to protect her. He wouldn't be able to live with himself if he allowed an innocent girl to get hurt or worse, when he could have done something to prevent it. No matter the cost. Right when Izuku hit the ground, Present Mike yelled, "Time's up," as a buzzer went off signaling the end of the practical exam. All of the other examinees, however, didn't pay much attention to that announcement as they still were shell-shocked at the display of power from a certain green-haired young man with a monkey tail. Never in their life have they seen somebody use a technique like that and on such of a destructive scale. Not even All Might has shown something like that. Usually he would just smash villains with his thunderous punches. But never have they seen him shoot a beam Kyle, the cyan-colored one that they witnessed Izuku fire from his very hands. What kind of crazy quirk allows somebody to do something like that? What was that guy? He suddenly pushed at the zero-pointer and just completely obliterated it with some kind of laser beam that he shot from his hands. He seemed to have a reinforcement-type quirk, but that was unusual. But if he had such an amazing quirk, what kind of life did he live that made him so jumpy? Maybe he was putting on an act to trick others. But it doesn't look like he gained anything from doing so. Anyway, there's no mistaking that he's an amazing guy. Various other examinees continued to comment on Izuku's strength. All were in awe of what he showed and couldn't believe that there was somebody on that level who was amongst them. The consensus was that Izuku will most likely make it into the hero course of UA. However, a certain boy with glasses was having different thoughts. They're missing the point. Didn't they see? He turned his head towards the brunette that Izuku saved. He jumped out to save that girl. He was aware of the remaining time, his own safety, and the points he needed to pass. And even so, he did not hesitate at all. He remembered vividly how he ran past Izuku just like everyone else, while Izuku did the opposite and actually challenged the zero-pointer head-on. If we had not been in an exam, of course, I would have done the same. But then his eyes widened as an idea popped into his head. Wait. Exam? Of course? Wait a minute. Okay, good work. Good work, good work. Here you go. Here are some gummies. A short, elderly woman said as she gave out candy to the examinees. Thanks. One examinee said. Yes, you too. That mademoiselle is the backbone of UA, said the blonde French kid. The elder lady walked towards Izuku. Oh dear, you were hurt this much by your own quirk? The reason she said this is because Izuku's arms were bruised and battered as they were a reddish-pink color with many cuts and pores open. This was the direct result of using one for all 20% and a Kamehameha wave at the same time. It's as if his body is not used to his quirk yet. It is true. Izuku's body isn't able to handle the full capabilities of using his ki and one for all at the same time yet. That's why he's trying to find a way to combine the two quirks so he could use them simultaneously without having to waste so much stamina and damage his body as a result. Izuku prides himself in efficiency. And what good is a hero with godly power when he destroys himself with only one attack afterwards? The elder woman puckered and stretched her lips to kiss Izuku's head. What was that? One examinee asked as he and many others were confused at the actions of the elder. The blonde French examiner responded, UA High's licensed school nurse, the youthful heroine, Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl, also known as Chio Shizenji, is a short, elderly woman with gray hair styled into a bun that has a syringe looped through it. She wears a doctor's lab coat and a dress with yellow and red vest-like designs on either side, 2 yellow buttons, and a pink belt. She wears pink boots and has a helmet on her head. In addition, she walks with a cane designed like a syringe that she can also use for healing. After getting kissed on the head, Izuku's arms began to glow with a green light. Somehow the wounds were beginning to fade. Her quirk is the super activation of healing ability. Yue can only go through with such a reckless entrance exam because of her. All of Izuku's wounds disappeared as his arms looked good as new. Let's finish this quickly. Is anyone else injured? Recovery Girl asked as she went to a couple of examinees who suffered minor injuries during the practical exam. I see. If this exam is set up like that. The boy with the glasses thought as he placed his thumb under his chin in deep thought. 1 week later. The following week has been a blur for one Izuku Midoriya. When he woke, he found himself in Recovery Girl's office. She explained to him what transpired after he took down the 0-pointer. How she healed him and the fact that everybody present was completely in awe of the feat he was able to pull off when everybody else ran away. He asked her if anybody else got hurt by the 0-pointer. When she replied with no, Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Recovery Girl was honestly impressed. She didn't expect Izuku to be so caring of others, even though he was really the only one who suffered major injuries. Kids these days are usually concerned with how flashy their quirks are and whatnot. But Izuku seems to have come from a rare breed. He already had the mindset and spirit of a hero. And it sure helps that his quirk is very powerful. Recovery Girl asked Izuku if he felt alright, and Izuku told her that he felt better than ever. Her also said that he actually felt stronger after she healed him. Which is weird. But Izuku brushed it aside as it probably being because he was able to get some rest. When he got home, Momo called him to ask how the exams went. He told her that the written exam was really easy, and he is pretty confident in himself that he got a perfect score. He then went on to tell her that he got 141 points in the practical exam. Momo was absolutely shocked and told him that score must be a record. She explained to him that the only people to have gotten over 100 points on the UA practical entrance exams were the number 4 hero Best Jeanist, the number 2 hero Endeavor, and of course the number 1 hero and symbol of Peace All Might. Izuku was surprised after hearing this, because he didn't know that information before. He felt pride in himself to be one of only 4 people to get over 100 points in the hardest hero course practical exam in all of Japan, where the acceptance rate is less than 3, and Izuku now knew for sure that he was going to get into UA. Izuku told Momo that he would have gotten more points if it weren't for the 0-pointer creating chaos and endangering a girl's life. He explained to her that he couldn't let someone get hurt or worse when he could do something to prevent it. Momo's face flushed when she heard Izuku's words. She was impressed by the level of selflessness he showed. Even though he could have gotten more points and possibly surpass All Might's record for the most points in the practical exam history, he sacrificed that glory to save another examinee because he knew that was the right thing to do, and it was what a true hero would have done. It just made him all the more attractive in her eyes. When he told his mother how he did, Inko was delighted with happiness. In order to award him for his performance in the entrance exam of the best hero course in all of Japan, she made him his favorite meal and quadrupled the size so that he could eat all he wanted until his stomach could not take any more. Izuku cried tears of joy and thanked her over 1,000,000 times, calling her the greatest mother in the world. In the present day, it was evening. Izuku was on the couch lifting weights, continuing his training just like how All Might told him to do. He missed the feeling of looseness and lightness he felt when he took the weights off, but he had no choice but to continue training. He wanted to be the number 1 hero after all, and he can't be wasting time slacking off and doing nothing. Ever since the entrance exam, Izuku hadn't been able to contact All Might. He hasn't answered any of his text messages or calls. Izuku at first was worried and thought that maybe he didn't get into UA and All Might was disappointed in him and didn't want anything to do with him anymore. But Izuku calmed and just guessed that he was busy with his hero work. He is the number 1 hero, for crying out loud. Of course he would be busy and not have much time to contact Izuku. He just hoped that he will hear from him soon. Izuku promised that he wouldn't tell anyone about One for All. All Might entrusted him with his power. He needed to remain as the symbol of peace until it was Izuku's turn to inherit the torch. So, he'll keep his mouth shut. Just then, Inko came barging into the living room. Aizu is Aizu. Aizu Aizu Aizu. Izuku. It's here. It came. It's here. In her hand was an envelope with a red stamp showing the UA symbol. 5 minutes later, Inko was pacing around outside Izuku's room. She was really nervous for the results. She knew how much getting into UA meant for Izuku. She didn't want all of his hard work over the past 10 months be for nothing. Izuku is inside his bedroom on his desk. He stared blankly at the envelope in the middle of his desk. The envelope that will decide his fate. Oh, what the hell am I waiting for? Izuku yelled as he picked up the envelope and opened it by pulling it apart in half. Out of it fell a small metal device that landed on his desk. A light projection showed up and in it revealed All Might in his hero form. I am here as a projection. Tashinori-sensei? Wait, this is from UA, right? What? All Might was in a pink background wearing a yellow suit and blue tie. I had to do some paperwork that took some time, so I couldn't contact you. All Might coughed and bowed. I'm sorry. Actually, I came to this town to work at UA. Tashinori-sensei is working at UA? HM? What is it? Somebody was trying to talk to All Might behind the scenes, explaining to him that he had to wrap it up soon. Wrap it up? But there is something I must talk to him about. It's going to push everything else back? Alright. Okay. Izuku swallowed in anticipation for what his teacher and idol was about to say next. Congratulations, my boy. You got a perfect score on the written exam and 141 points on the practical exam. One of only 4 people in history to score over 100 points, including myself, the number 2 hero Endeavor, and the number 4 hero Best Genist. Of course that means you passed with flying colors. Izuku smirked. Yeah, kind of already knew that, sensei. But there was a secret component added to the test. Izuku raised his eyebrows, curious to what the number 1 hero was talking about. I'm an entertainer as well. First, take a look at this video. All Might clicked a button on a remote and it showed a video. Excuse me, the nice person? Izuku said in shock as the video showed the brunette that Izuku saved from the 0-pointer during the practical exam. She came to negotiate directly in person after the exam. Negotiate what? Keep watching to find out. All Might pressed play and resumed the video. The person with green spiky and curly hair and freckles? Do you know who I'm talking about? He's very tall and muscular with a brown tail. He also has a handsome face. Izuku's face went red. She's talking about me? Is it possible for me to give him some of my points? There was still time left and he could have gotten more points if he wanted to. But instead he came and saved me from the 0-pointer. So I thought maybe he needed more points. Music. Boku no Hero Academia OST 2, you can become a hero. What the hell can you do? Izuku heard the voice of Bakugo in his head. At least the points he lost because of me. There was absolutely no reason for you to put yourself in danger. Izuku also began to hear the voice of Death Arms. He saved me. Izuku gasped as he stood up from his chair, as he was utterly speechless. Please, please, please. All Might pause the video. In addition to now having a quirk, your actions spurred others to act. All Might turned and looked at the camera. The entrance exam the other day was not graded only on villain points. All Might resumed the video. Even if you ask to, you cannot give him your first. Anyway, there's no reason to give him any female listener. Present Mike said as he patted her head. All Might paused the video. How can a hero course reject people who save others and do the right thing? Call that lip service? Bring it on. This is a job that requires risking one's life to put that lip service into practice. Rescue points. And they're given by a panel of judges. It's the other basic ability we at UA look at. A scoreboard showed up displaying all of the examinees' scores from top to bottom. Izuku saw his name at the number 1 spot. Izuku Midoriya, 60 rescue points. It then showed the number 4 spot. And Achiko Uraraka, 45 rescue points. You both pass. And with 141 villain points and 60 rescue points makes a total of 201 points. You, Izuku Midoriya, scored the highest amount of points of all time in the UA practical exam. And you're the only one to ever score over 200 points. Izuku's eyes began to water as tears were threatening to spill out. This is too crazy. It's unreal. I must be dreaming. Why am I so blessed? All Might opened his hand towards the camera. Come, young Midoriya. This your hero academia. Izuku wiped the tears out of his eyes as he could barely control his tears of joy from exploding. Yes, sir. After receiving a lot of help and waking up with a brown monkey tail one day, Izuku's life changed and will continue to change. And now his dream high school life is about to begin. However, this is only the beginning of his journey, as I almost forgot to mention. This is the story of how Izuku Midoriya became the greatest hero of all time. Comment 5. Chapter 3, Quirk Assessment Test. Chapter 3, Quirk Assessment Test. For I reckon that the sufferings of this present time are not worthy to be compared with the glory which shall be revealed in us. Music, Solid State Scouter, Bardock's theme. Epic cover by Friedrich Habitler Music. Dreamscape start. Frieza. Explosions and battle cries could be heard in the distant void of outer space. In a galaxy far, far away from the planet Earth we all know love, is another planet that is very similar to it, but not quite. For one, the gravity is about 10 times heavier than that of planet Earth with a very dense and thick atmosphere. Another difference is that Earth is blue. This unique planet, however, is pink in color. The size of the planet is not that far off, with this particular planet being slightly bigger. Unlike Earth, there aren't many landmarks, oceans, mountains, jungles, or any other kind of unique landscape present in this planet. It was mostly land, with buildings very distinct than the ones present on Earth. Planet Earth also has the technological edge in many aspects as well. One major difference that completely set the two planets apart, however, were the races and species that inhabit the two. Planet Earth had a large diversity of animals, plants, fungi, bacteria, and other organisms living on it, including the most DMNT one being the HMO sapien race. The pink planet had a wide variety of organisms too. But there was one huge difference. The most DMNT race wasn't the HMO sapien race, but a very similar species that goes by the name of Scion. Humans and Scions had very similar features. They both walked on 2 legs and had 2 arms with 2 hands with 5 fingers. The way they reproduced and procreated are the exact same as well, making it possible for a Scion and a human to mate and create a child with no worries of BRTH defects. Practically every single DMN thing was the same, every organ, every bone, tissue, cell, you name it. However, there is one key difference, and that being each and every Scion was born with a brown monkey tail. This completely set the two apart as far as strength and overall fighting capabilities go. The Scion race are natural-born fighters with a primal nature reminiscent that of a lion. They are always striving to be the strongest warriors in the universe. The planet that inhabits these magnificent warrior race is none other than planet Vegeta. A baby Scion's power level is measured as soon as they are born. If their power level is up to standard, they are raised as upper-level warriors and become combatant candidates. If their power level remains low even after a certain amount of time has passed, they are classed as low-level warriors and become either engineers or infiltration babies. Infiltration babies are sent off to a planet the Scions have selected for takeover, and if the baby grows up into a warrior capable of taking over the planet, they are allowed to return as a full-fledged combatant. Infiltration babies have a low survival rate. Scions do not naturally know how to fly, some need to be taught, while others work it out on their own. Training to increase power level is also uncommon, with only a few Scion children receiving a short PRD of special training to acquire a greater power level. Scions do not celebrate any holidays. Instead of playing like Earthling children, Scion children fight amongst themselves. Frieza! Stop hiding! Come out and fight me, you coward! The one who is screaming at the top of his lungs is a low-class Scion warrior. He has unkempt hair which partially stands on end. He has a scar on his left cheek, slightly dark skin and fully outlined, sharp eyes. He wears a dark blue and green battle armor and a green scouter on his left eye, and has red-cut breaths and black and green shoes. He is wearing a blood-soaked armband as a headband. This armband belonged to another fellow scion who fell in battle. The name of this man is Bardock, the father of Son Goku. He was currently flying through space above planet Vegeta. There was a huge oval-shaped spaceship hovering above the planet's atmosphere. Bardock was speeding straight towards it. His path was blocked, however, by many countless Frieza soldiers that did their best to detain him. All of their efforts were in vain due to the sole reason being that Bardock was a man on a mission. And any person who dared to try and get in his way was either getting blasted, elbowed, kicked, punched, or thrown out of the way. At that moment, Bardock had nothing but one thing in mind: end the life of the galactic tyrant Frieza once and for all. Then out of the top entrance of the spaceship came out the one and only Frieza. Frieza is an alien creature wearing the standard Saiyan armor, it being purple. He has two horns pointing sideways with pink arms and white and purple patterns throughout his body. He is very short as he stands at a height of exactly 5 feet or 152.4 centimeters. He is currently in a circular mobile space pod that he rides in. Bardock smirked when he saw that Frieza finally came out. Frieza? All of the other Frieza soldiers were surprised and shocked to see that their Master actually came out and responded to the low level. Now they were anxious to see what he would do next. Bardock began to laugh. It all comes down to this. My fate. Planet Vegetas. Cockroaches. Frieza kept a neutral face as he lifted up his right index finger. Above up was a circular key ball that was beginning to charge up. And yes, yours too, Frieza. Bardock's right hand glowed blue as a key ball charged up, which composed of all the remaining power that he had left stored inside of him. This was his last shot to end it once and for all. We settle it here. Bardock battle cried as he launched the blue energy ball right towards the tyrant, signaling the end. Ha ha. Frieza maniacally laughed as his key ball began to grow and grow in size until it looked similar to a miniature sun. Bardock's attack made contact with the key sphere, but it was completely nullified and swallowed up by the much stronger technique. What the? No way! Bardock exclaimed as he couldn't believe his eyes. He put absolutely everything he had in that blast. And it was just swallowed up like it was a pebble compared to the huge sun that was Frieza's attack. The sun-like energy sphere kept on becoming larger and larger until Frieza finally launched it with a flick of his finger. Laughing as he does so. "No, oh!" Bardock yelled in agony as the supernova made contact with his body. The supernova began to melt away and vaporize his remaining clothes as the heat burned his skin as if he were taking a dive into a volcano. The supernova also made contact with the Frieza soldiers and instantly killed every last one of them, but of course Frieza had absolutely no concern for them whatsoever. To him, they were just worthless pawns. Bardock began to have a vision. In it he saw his son, Goku, standing across from Frieza on planet Namek as they prepared to do battle. Cockroach. Bardock smiled and laughed as he knew the future. In time, his son, Goku, the last hope of the Saiyan race, will face off against Frieza, and Goku will win. Not only will he win, but he will avenge his race and everyone else who tragically died at the hands of Frieza. Cockroach. The name of his beloved son was the last thing Bardock said as his body was burned to ash by Frieza's supernova. It eventually made contact with planet Vegeta. All over the planet, yellow cracks were spread throughout as the splash damage of the supernova took effect. A couple seconds later, Frieza began to laugh maniacally once planet was utterly destroyed as all the Scions present were destroyed along with it. Nothing remained of the once home of the Scion race as it was completely destroyed. Meanwhile, across another galaxy was a Scion space pod. In it was the sleeping baby known as Kacchan, who will later be renamed Goku by his grandpa Gohan. Kacchan, my son, you must succeed where I have failed. One day, you must rise up to avenge the Scions of planet Vegeta. Redeem the pride of our race. Dreamscape end. Music end. Izuku woke up with a start. His heart racing, breathing, and sweating as he did so. He immediately checked his current location and immediate surroundings. He calmed down once he realized that he was in his bedroom. He looked towards his nightstand and saw that his digital clock read 3:45 a.m. He used his key to scan the energy signatures of the surrounding area. He sensed his mother sleeping peacefully in her room. Other than that, Izuku didn't sense any particular high power levels at all, and he also didn't feel any malicious energy. Izuku sighed. He had one of those dreams again. Each one getting more vivid and detailed one right after the other. Usually, he would only get these kinds of dreams once every so often. Maybe once every 2 or 3 weeks. But now, he was getting dreams such like this example practically every other day. There were nights where he couldn't even sleep because of the extreme amounts of realism of the dreams. It was as if he was actually present there, watching all of the scenes unfold from a bird's eye view. Man, what a pain in the tail, Izuku said grumbly as he got off from his bed and went to his bathroom to urinate. After he finished his business, he washed his hands in the sink. After he was done, he looked at the mirror and examined himself. He was currently shirtless as none of his pajamas fit him any longer. Most of the clothes he wore now were originally his father's. With all of the time that was occupied with his training and studying, Izuku hasn't had the chance to actually go out to the mall and shop for new clothes that would actually fit him. He was actually surprised to find out that his father's clothes fit him. Since the average male height in Japan was 171.2 centimeters or 5 feet 7 inches, not many people were as tall as Izuku. So it just made him wonder, how tall exactly is his dad? Izuku thought back to the dream he had. Bardock was his name. He had a tail just like him. And not only that, but he could use ki attacks as well. And that other person, Frieza. He was able to destroy a whole planet with just one flick of a finger. It almost terrified Izuku. To think that someone exists with such unbelievable power. He didn't even think All Might is capable of such a feat. And that's saying something. Izuku looked at his right hand. He closed his eyes and began to concentrate deeply. He called forth the power of his ki to his right hand. After a few seconds, a blue energy sphere appeared on his right hand. It was the same attack Bardock used as his last assault against the villain Frieza before he unfortunately met his demise at the tyrant's hands. Izuku then used one for all on his left hand as green lightning sparked violently. He held the hands side by side as he looked at his reflection. The two powerful energies illuminating him. I have been blessed with these two quirks. And with this power, I swear that I'll be the greatest hero in the world. Music. My Hero Academia Opening 1, The Day. In a golden background as spotlights flash, both All Might and Son Goku appear as they look towards the golden light with their backs turned to Izuku. Shizukiza Jie Shimikomi Yudaiki wa Tamida Guzangoji. Izuku looks in awe as he stands up to look at the two in pure admiration and inspiration. The golden stardust surrounds and fades around him as he looks on in strive and determination be just like them. Hiju Kaden Datsum Wakamu Asu Wadakchida? Izuku begins to reach out with both of his hands towards the two hoping to grasp and HRS both of their powers. He reaches out to All Might with his left hand, while he reaches out to Son Goku with his right hand. Goku and All Might turn their heads around towards Izuku as both of them have an equal large smile plastered on their faces. As Izuku gets closer and closer to reaching them, the golden light gets brighter and brighter until eventually Goku and All Might grab Izuku's right and left hand respectively as they pass on their power onto him as the scene is replaced with the words, Plus Ultra. The day has come. The scene then switches to each and every member of Class 1A getting their own shot in their hero costumes with their names being displayed beside them. It starts with Achiko Uraraka, and ends with Shoto Todoroki being the last one. Keshite Akanai Yonu. Fury Tsuzuki Yamanai Amatham. Kono Rokudamonai Sekai and Iwa Rundi Yo. Izuku is downtown walking on a darkened overpass. It is nighttime as rain falls. Izuku walks alone with no coat or umbrella on, while a huge crowd mills about in the well-lit street below. This emphasizes the isolation and despair that Izuku feels as someone without a quirk and a social outcast, making his dream of being a hero almost impossible despite his optimism. As he sadly walks away, the viewers see what he was looking at. A billboard urging people to become heroes. Tsukashi emo hendo wa nai no. Madaromi ni ashi wa toraretter. Anata wa samit iru wake ja nandeyo. Izuku continues his sad march home, the city a blur of abstract shapes behind him as his hero journals flash by one, showing his determination in spite of how impossible his dream seems to be. However, once hero journal number 14 comes into view, Izuku changes dramatically as he grows taller and a tail sprouts from behind. Izuku looks at his hands in awe of his newfound power as now he realizes that his dream can now become a reality. Izuku comes to a stop as all of the hero journals come tumbling down. Hidori kusu inai asabu. A transition comes to a single shot to Izuku and Katsuki. First we see them as children, and while there's a divide between them, the dividing line is relatively smooth and calm. The pair smiles at each other as friends, though judging from the woods around them, this is just moments before Izuku pulled Katsuki out of the water, bruising his ego and ending their friendship forever. Soko da omoi igaida kodo made Hajru no kai? We shift from the simple childhood innocence of summer to spring cherry blossoms, with the pair now looking from each other and the dividing line between them now much more wild and violent. Cherry blossoms are typically associated with graduation and the start of a new school year. In other words, with endings and new beginnings. Sometime between elementary school and their graduation of middle school, these kids went from being best friends to enemies, and that after entering the same high school, shown by the change in uniforms, their rivalry only got more violent. Now the dividing line between them is now a chaotic, electrified mess. With each of these transitions, the inevitability of their future conflict is increasingly impressed upon the viewer, leading up to the explosive angry punch that caps off their fight during training. Out of that explosion we see Tamura Shigaraki emerge as his right palm attempts to touch the screen. Karami o maikyu. Sword demo yuku to ayuno? Chisaki tababidoji. Kanadara hajimari no kane noe. The scene changes from Shigaraki's open palm to All Might's as he closes his fist and jumps towards Nomu as they both begin swapping hands and trading blows left and right. Kurogiri opens his giant yellow eyes as he prepares to use his Warp Gate quirk. Eraserhead appears and he uses his quirk to take care of numerous cannon fodder villains. Then Izuku could be seen in his UA uniform running as fast as he can to make it into the battle. Yuku Atamo don't know. Hantu wa kawan janai no? Fumide susono ippo jie kit yukuru sa. One by one, the students of Class 1A are in the air as they launch into battle, each one showing a spark of their personality as they do so. First with Achiko Uraraka smiling and jumping a joy, showing her bubbly personality. To Tenya Ida with his trademark serious and strict attitude as he swings a kick. Right after that comes Tsuyu Azui as she grabs Minru Mineta with a straight face, which illustrates her blunt and straightforward nature, with Mineta crying in fear, showing his cowardice. Shoto Todoroki slides using his ice powers, ready for battle with complete and utter confidence. Ijiro Kirishima activates his hardening with a cocky smirk. And last but not least is Katsuki Bakugo as he laughs maniacally, ready to blast and destroy everything in his path. Izuku is still running as his clothes now change from his UA uniform to his hero costume. This shift symbolizes his transformation from Izuku to Deku as he is now in hero mode. Deku uses One for All in his left hand and his Ki in his right hand. He brings them together and charges up a Kamehameha wave as both Goku and All Might push him forward, giving him the drive to push beyond his limits and do what he needs to do. With the Kamehameha wave now fully charged up, Deku fires the attack with a ferocious roar as the deadly blast envelopes the screen. The day has come. The opening then cuts to all of the other students in Class 1A who weren't shown in the previous scene as they prepare for battle. The final shot shows all of the students plus All Might and Eraserhead posed as they stand united in front of UA, ready to defend their home no matter the cost. Music end. The night after Izuku opened his acceptance letter, Tashinori contacted him. Tashinori told Izuku to come meet him at the beach so they can catch up and talk about UA and such. When Izuku received his message, he was absolutely thrilled since he hadn't heard from his sensei in over a week. As Izuku was flying over to the beach, he still couldn't get that dream he had out of his head. What was that? And why did it seem so real? It's like I'm having visions of the future or something. Izuku exclaimed as he moved over sideways to prevent himself from hitting an apartment building. Is it just me hallucinating, Or do these dreams/visions have some sort of meaning or purpose to them? One thing I realized is that there is always at least one person that is involved, and that is Son Goku. And this dream in particular had to do with him and his father, Bardock. Also, that villain Frieza seems to be an important character as well. As Izuku was muttering to himself, many people down below on the streets saw the bright white light of his ki as it trailed behind him as he flew in the night sky. "Look, Mommy, it's a shooting star," one little girl told her mother. "Yes, dear, it looks really appealing. Make sure to make a wish." Izuku saw that he was nearing the Dagoba Municipal Beach. Whatever the case may be, I think it is best that I keep all of this to myself. I'm going to have to figure this out on my own. I can't tell this to anybody, not even to Toshinori-sensei. I can't allow something like this to distract me from my top priorities, and that's becoming a pro hero. Izuku finished talking to himself as he landed on the beach. He saw Toshinori standing at the near the ocean staring at the distance. "Toshinori-sensei!" Izuku shouted as Toshinori turned around to find none other than the 9th holder of One for All. He smiled as he walked towards him with his right hand raised up. "Congrats on getting accepted, young man. You got the number 1 highest score. I knew all along you had it in you. Thank you very much." Izuku replied as he gave his mentor and idol a high five. "Just so you know, I didn't tell the school about my connection to you. You're the type that would think that's cheating, right? I wasn't one of the judges," Toshinori revealed. Knowing someone like Izuku, he would want to earn things the right way without getting any outside favorable help. It just wasn't in him. He wants to win using his own power. "Thank you for your concern. It's true, I wouldn't want you or anyone else pulling strings behind the scenes in order to make it easier for me to succeed. Knowing that I completely earned and deserved such a high score just made it all the more satisfying. And thank you, Toshinori-sensei. Without you, I don't know if I could have excelled like that in the UA entrance exams," Izuku said as he smiled sheepishly while rubbing the back of his head like he always does. "You truly are going to become a great hero someday. That I know for sure," Toshinori said in his mind as he truly felt proud for what his successor is and what he will become in the future. "Oh, by the way, I was surprised to find out that you were a teacher at UA. So that's why you came to this city, huh? I mean, your agency is in Roppongi in Minato, Tokyo at Dash." "Stop that." Izuku stopped mid-sentence and blushed in embarrassment as he realized he was in fanboy mode once again. "I couldn't tell anyone before the school announced it. I just happened to be offered a job from UA when I was searching for a successor," Toshinori said as he turned around to look at the sea. Izuku gasped, "I see." He was originally planning on choosing one of the students from UA, one of the students gifted with an amazing quirk. Izuku looked down at his hands as he felt the power of his ki running through his veins calmly. "I completely collapsed and fell unconscious after using One for All and ki at the same time. It sapped my stamina and broke my arms. Recovery girl had to nurse and heal me after the exams were over. Whenever I use the two separately though, there's such thing happens unless I go beyond 20%. I can control them, but just not at the same time," Izuku said as green electricity appeared in his left hand and a blue energy sphere appeared in his right hand. Toshinori turned around to face his student. "That can't be helped. It's like if you asked who suddenly grew a tail to do a trick, they wouldn't be able to control it. Which unironically kind of fits your situation since you literally grew a tail overnight," Toshinori replied. In response, Izuku wiggled his tail around and wrapped it around his waist. "Yeah, I get what you're trying to say. Since I've only had my quirk for 10 months and I only had One for All for 5 months, it would be hard for anyone to be able to use both quirks at the same time without risk of injury. That's like asking a baby to run," Izuku said as he deactivated his quirks. "There wasn't any time, and we had to prepare you for the exams as soon as possible. But it turned out perfectly. You got the highest score. It turned out all might," Toshinori said excitedly with a thumbs up. He then looked down and picked up 2 spray paint bottles with the word gas on the front of each of them. "Right now, you're able to use 20% of One for All. You can use your ki effectively as well. But when you combine them, you're either at 100% or 0. But once you can control them both simultaneously, you'll be able to adjust to what your body can handle. Control? Toshinori began to elaborate on his point. The more you train a vessel, the more you'll be able to move the power freely. Think of your body like a glass of water. And think of your ki as clean water. You can control that quirk pretty easily since it's the power that you were born with. But one for all is different. It is not a quirk that one is born with. It is a strange power that your body isn't used to and hasn't completely adapted to yet, unlike your ki. So think of one for all as a different kind of liquid, like soda. Putting in the soda and water in the same glass cup at the same time wouldn't be a good idea. So for you to enjoy both drinks, you would have to empty out the glass cup and pour the liquids in separately. Your body as it is now can only handle one quirk at a time. But with time and training, your body will adapt to one for all and it will become second nature to you. And you'll be able to use both powers freely. Like this, All Might said as he crushed the 2 spray paint bottles effortlessly in his hero form. Izuku smirked as he said, "All right then. I'm just going to have to keep training up until I've mastered both quirks to the point where I can use them both at the same time without having to worry about killing myself, right?" "Exactly, young Midoriya." "Wait, is that All Might?" "No way. When did he get here?" A young couple yelled as they were shocked to see All Might appear out of nowhere on the beach. All Might's sweat dropped as he forgot that there were people around. He began running as he said, "Let's go, young Midoriya." "Why, sir?" Izuku said as he also followed suit and ran alongside All Might to get away from the young couple as fast as possible. All Might looked towards Izuku. "The flame I passed on to you is still small. But in the future, it'll be exposed to wind, rain, and grow even bigger. And then I will slowly become weak and disappear, and I will finish my job." "Yeah, that's deep." "Izuku, do you have tissue?" "Yeah." "And your handkerchief?" "What about your handkerchief?" "Your hanky?" Izuku rolled his eyes and smiled. "Yes, Mom, I have it. I'm going to be late. I have to hurry." Today is the first day of Izuku's first year in UA High School. He has been anxiously waiting for this day for over a month now. Who wouldn't be anxious? UA is the #1 hero course in the entire country. Getting into this school has been Izuku's dream for as long as he could remember. Today would start his journey into becoming a pro hero. If Izuku was going to be the #1 hero and the next symbol of peace, then this was the school to help mold him into the hero he has always strived to be. Izuku and Momo would sometimes talk for hours on the phone about the upcoming school year. She was glad that she had somebody to talk to who was on her level in terms of intellect. Izuku would get so excited that on some days, he would literally just spend all day training, using that as a way to spend all of the adrenaline he had stacked up inside of him. But even then it wasn't enough. He would go 100% fanboy mode while sparring with All Might, which annoyed him to almost no end. The #1 hero would have landed a couple of decent Kansas smashes in order to knock some sense into him. After Izuku finished tying his shoes, he stood up and put on his same old yellow book bag and opened the front door. "Izuku." Izuku turned his head to face Inko. "Yes, Mom? You look just like your father when he was your age. You're really cool, and I want you to know that I'm proud of you, honey, and I know for a fact that he would be proud of you as well." Inko said with a smile as she had tears at the edge of her eyes, as she could barely contain her joy of seeing her son going to his first day of high school. She was witnessing her baby boy grow up into a fine young man who will later become a great hero someday. Izuku widened his eyes. Whenever the subject of his father was brought up, it always hit a sore spot. But in the context of the situation, it being a positive one, he was actually happy that his mother said that. It not only lets him know that he has his Inko's support, but somewhere overseas, he also has the support of his father. Still, it wouldn't hurt to at least visit once in a while. "Thank you, Mom, you don't know how much that means to me." "Well then I'm off. I'll see you later," Izuku said before he blasted off to the sky. "Don't forget to call me if anything happens." Inko yelled out as Izuku disappeared from her line of sight. The acceptance rate for UA High's hero course is less than 1 in 300 every year. Other than the 4 people admitted through recommendations, 36 are admitted through the regular exam. Those 36 are split into only 2 classes with 18 each. Class. This place is too big. Currently Izuku is jogging down the halls of the massive school, looking for his homeroom. Izuku is wearing standard UA uniform which consisted of a gray-colored blazer with yellow buttons with a white-collared shirt with a red tie and dark blue briefs. Of course, Izuku was wearing his trademark red sneakers, and he had his brown monkey tail out wiggling behind him. He could just wrap it around his waist, but he decided to just let it be loose and only do that when he was in a training or in a battle. There it is. Izuku finally found his homeroom. When he arrived to the door to the classroom, he was astonished. The door is huge. It must be that size so any student of all shapes and sizes can enter through. There are some pretty bizarre quirks out there. Especially mine. Izuku said to himself as he began to scan the power levels inside the room. The elite chosen from the huge number at the exam. And of course, the 2 people who I hope would not be in the same class me are in fact in the same homeroom. Lucky me. Izuku said as he sensed 2 pretty distinct power levels inside. He slid the door open only to see. Don't put your feet on the desk. Huh. Don't you think that's rude to the UA upperclassmen and the excellent craftsmen who made the desk? Nope. What junior high did you go to, you side character? Izuku's sweat dropped. Of course. The tall, serious teen with glasses stopped for one moment as he began to speak again. Let's start over. I attended semi-private academy. My name is Tenya Ida. Bakugo scoffed. Semi? So you're a DMN elite, huh? Looks like I will have fun crushing you. Crushing? That's cruel. Do you truly aim to be a hero? Tenya replied before Bakugo looked towards the door as he also did the same. He then saw Izuku standing there. It's him. Tenya said as he recognized Izuku as the one who destroyed the 0-pointer in the entrance exam. All of the students present in the classroom proceeded to look towards Izuku as he kind of stood out, being tall, having a muscular figure and having a brown monkey tail wiggling behind him. Not to mention his unique hairstyle. Oh, Izuku said awkwardly as he wasn't used to having all of the attention on him, since most of his life, he's kind of been a social outcast. Bakugo smirked. I knew you would pass. Good morning. I am from semi-private academy. My name is Dash. I heard you before. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Ida. Izuku said as he smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head, a habit that has seemed to have stuck with him. Midoriya, you realize there was something more to that practical exam, didn't you? Huh. Izuku responded dumbly. I had no idea. I completely misjudged you. I hate to admit it, but you are better than me. Tenya said as he praised Izuku. Izuku's sweat dropped as he waved his hands around. No, you've got it all wrong. I wasn't aware of the secret behind the exams. I just did what I thought was right. I couldn't let a fellow examinee get hurt or worse when I could have done something to prevent it from happening. Right. Izuku said as he found Momo at the back of the class. She gave him a smile and nod as she waved at him. Oh, that curly and spiky hair. You're the handsome-looking one. Izuku turned around to see the same cute brunette that he saved during the entrance exam. He blushed at her comment as he took a good look at her. It's the nice person. You passed, just like Present Mike said. She looks good in a uniform, Izuku thought as the uniform hugged her curves nicely. Of course you did. That blast was amazing. Izuku's face now resembled a strawberry. Oh, well, it was thanks to you going to speak with him directly that Izuku stuttered. How did you know about that? Oh, that's because... Bakugo looked at the scene in front of him as he kept thinking, how was Deku able to get so strong in so little time? It doesn't matter. He's the only one from our sorry little middle school that is worthy enough to get into UA besides me. But of course, I'm still number one. I wonder if today's just the entrance ceremony and orientation? I wonder what our teachers are like? Aren't you nervous? So close, Izuku thought as he did his best to hide his red face as it was he wasn't used to grills his age being so up close and personal with him. Go somewhere else if you want to play at being friends, said a monotone voice. Achiko and Izuku looked outside the door to see a man inside a yellow sleeping bag. This is the hero course, the man said as he drank a juice box. Something's here? Izuku, Achiko, and Tenya thought. The man stood up and unzipped his sleeping bag. Okay, it took 8 seconds before you were quiet. Time is limited. You kids are not rational enough. Izuku sensed the man's power level. Whoa, this guy's got a pretty high power level. He must be a teacher, which means he's a pro hero. But I have never seen a hero who looked that worn out before. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Nice to meet you. Shota Aizawa is a tall, skinny man who stands at a height of about 6 feet. He has black, messy, shoulder-length black hair that partly hangs in front of his face and black eyes. He looks tired and worn out, like someone who just got out of bed. He wears a long-sleeved black shirt with matching briefs and boots. He also wears a gray scarf around his neck. It's kind of sudden, but put this on and go out onto the field. Aizawa said as he took out the UA gym uniform from his sleeping bag. It was blue in color and had the letters U in white with the U going through the chest up and the A going from the stomach and down the legs connecting with the gym breathes. Meanwhile, Toshinori with his yellow suit on was in the teacher's lounge reading the teacher directory. The UA system does not follow the beaten path. Depending on the homeroom teacher, even the first day can be a Quirk assessment test? Class 1A yelled. What about the entrance ceremony? The orientation? Shko asked. If you're going to become a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events. UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. That's also how the teachers run their classes. Aizawa responded as he turned around to see the shocked faces of Class 1A. You kids have been doing these physical tests since junior high, too, right? Physical fitness tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. The country still uses averages taken from results from students not using their quirks. It is not rational. Well, the Ministry of Education is procrastinating. He then looked towards Izuku. Midoriya, you finished at the top of the practical exam, right? You were the only who scored above 200 points, earning the highest score ever in the history of UA. You were also able to completely destroy the 0-pointer, while everybody else was forced to run away. Pretty impressive to say the least. Aizawa revealed as the rest of the class looked at Izuku with surprised faces. The only one that wasn't shocked was Momo. Amazing! I didn't know you were able to get that many points. Tenya said as she respect for Izuku only grew. Wow, you must be stronger than I thought. Achiko said as she too was impressed by Izuku's achievement. Izuku blushed and rubbed the back of his head as smiled sheepishly. Oh come on, it isn't that big of a deal. It was only the entrance exam. Plus you and Ida had pretty good scores as well. Bakugo was irate. What? Minute Deku? How were you able to get such a high score? I'll kill you if you don't dash. Anyways, that aside. Midoriya, in junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw? Aizawa asked as he cut Bakugo off. 43 meters, Izuku replied. Then, try doing it with your quirk. Aizawa said as he threw a softball towards Izuku, which he caught with ease. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Hurry up. Give it all you've got. Izuku walked to the circle as he began stretching to loosen up his muscles. He then activated one for all, full cowl as the scent of ozone filled the air around them and green sparks of lightning surrounded him. I'll only use 1%. There's no need to go overboard. Izuku thought as he gripped the softball tightly. He took a step forward and arched his back and yelled, Detroit smash! The ball went flying through air as a gust of wind blew the students slightly off their feet. Aizawa looked suspiciously at Izuku. He's holding back, isn't he? It doesn't seem like he's giving it his all. Know your own maximum first, Aizawa said as the ball hit the ground after a few seconds. That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. He held up his phone as it read 800 meters. Class 1A gasped in shock. 800 meters? Seriously? Said a blonde student with a black electric bolt mark in his hair. What's this? It looks fun, said a pink-skinned girl with yellow horns and yellow eyes. We can use our quirks as much as we want, as expected from the hero course. It looks fun, huh? Aizawa said ominously. You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? Alright. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will be punished with expulsion. Huh. Most of the students of Class 1A shouted. Aizawa? It seems like Izuku is going to be facing a lot of suffering from the start. Toshinori said as he looked at Shota Aizawa's profile in the teacher directory. Punished with expulsion? If you get last place in all 8 tests. Izuku thought as he somewhat couldn't believe what he was hearing. He made eye contact with Momo, and she shook her head, signaling that Aizawa wasn't being serious. Oh, I get it. He's trying to deceive us so that we put in our absolute best effort and show what exactly our limits are. Pretty smart strategy. Izuku thought as he looked in sympathy at the nervous faces of his classmates. We're free to do what we want about the circumstances of our students. Welcome to UA's hero course. Aizawa said as he moved his hair out of the way, showing his freaky smirking face. Achiko spoke up, last place will be expelled? But it's the first day of school. No, even if it wasn't the first day of school, this is too unfair. Natural disasters, big accidents, and selfish villains. Calamities whose time or place can't be predicted. Japan is covered with unfairness. Heroes are the ones who must bear the responsibility of balancing that unfairness. If you plan to go talk with your friends at the local McDonald's after school, then you're sadly mistaken. For the next 3 years, UA will do all it can to give you one hardship after another. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Overcome it with all you've got. Tenya took out his water bottle and began to drink. This is too serious to be hazing. However, this is the best of the best. There is no choice but to do it. Oh, I can't wait to blast everything in my path. Bakugo thought. All right, demonstration is over. The real thing starts now. Test 1, 50-meter dash. The first test was the 50-meter dash. 2 students will line up and race each other at a time. A camera-like computer machine will read and measure each student's time, and the student that gets the fastest time will get the highest score. The first 2 students lined up ready to race are Tenya Ida and a green-haired girl with large eyes with features similar to that of a frog. On your mark, visit. Then the machine made the sound of a gunshot signaling the beginning of the race. Tenya blasted off and was the first one to finish the race. 3.04 seconds, the computer stated as soon as Tenya passed the finish line. Shortly after, the frog-like girl was able to cross the finish line as well. For 50 meters, I can only go up to 3rd gear. Ida thought. Name, Tenya Ida. Quirk, engine. He has engines in his calves which allows him to move at super high speeds. Well, he's like a fish in water. He's certainly in his element. However, speed isn't the only attribute that is essential for a pro hero. It'll be worth seeing what others do. Ribbit. Name, Tsuyu. Quirk, frog. Well, the name speaks for itself. She can do whatever a frog can. Tsuyu's 50-meter dash time was recorded as 5.58 seconds, which is not too shabby. Lighten up my clothes and shoes. Name, Achiko Uraraka. Quirk, 0 gravity. Anything she touches will become weightless, and she will have absolute control over. However, her drawback is that as she overuses her Quirk, she will begin to become nauseous. The machine made the gunshot sound as Achiko and a blonde student with a large tail began to race. The boy with the tail crossed the finish line in 5.49 seconds while Achiko did so in 7.15 seconds. Alright, that's faster than I was in junior high. Everyone, you're not being creative enough. I'll show you what it's like to be allowed to use your quirk. Name, Yuga Oyama. Quirk, naval laser. He can shoot a laser from his belly button. But he's limited by the amount of time he can shoot continuously. 5.51 seconds. If I shoot for more than a second, I get a stomachache. What the heck? Thought the various students of Class 1A. Looking at the upper limit of your quirks and the room for growth in each result, it becomes clear what you can and can't do. Aizawa said as he looked at the last 2 students getting ready to race. They were none other than Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo. On your mark. Izuku looked to his left and gave Bakugo a thumbs up. Let's do our best, Kacchan. Bakugo smirked. Yay. Just try not to fall too far behind me, okay Deku? Get set. Izuku called upon his full cowl mode as he decided to also use 1% in this test. That will connect to the creativity needed for you to survive, Aizawa thought as the gunshot sound went off and both students blasted off. Explosive speed. Bakugo shouted as he ignited his hands with explosives that allowed him to get a boost of speed. 3.14 seconds. Bakugo was shocked midway through the race as he saw that Izuku had already passed the finish line before him. 4.13 seconds. Bakugo finished the race shortly after. Name: Katsuki Bakugo. Quirk: Explosion. He can create explosions from the palms of his hands by using his sweat and nitroglycerin. When I use both hands, the force disperses. Bakugo looked towards Izuku in annoyance. He'd better than I thought. It looks like I'm going to have to bring my A game. There are 7 more tests. The more I use one for all, the more stamina it drains. Same goes for my ki. So I'm going to have to use both quirks wisely if I'm going to be consistent and efficient in the remaining tests. Izuku thought as he felt the 2 energies circulating through his energy. Aizawa stared at Izuku for a couple of seconds. He knew he was holding back a lot of power. Test 2, grip strength. Focus on the water in the glass cup, don't let it overflow. Come on Izuku, don't go overboard. Izuku thought as he summoned 1% of one for all and gripped the device in his hand tightly. Izuku opened his eyes as he was shocked to see that his grip strength was 535 kilograms. Wow, I guess that weight training with Toshinori-sensei really paid off. Whoa, you got a monster high score just like Shoji. What do you 2 guys eat? Siro said to Izuku as he and Mineta were envious of Izuku's raw power. He looked over to see a student who was also about 6 feet 2 inches with tentacle arms get a score of 540 kilograms. He was the only one to get higher than Izuku. Test 3, standing long jump. Like Bakugo and Aoyama who went before him, Izuku was able to completely jump over the sand and land on the other side. He could have just flew over it, but he thought that was kind of cheating. Test 4, repeated side steps. Izuku used 1% of one for all and kept on sidestepping non-stop, but after a while he decided to stop as it got kind of boring. He wanted to give others a chance to shine. The last person to go was Mineta, and he was the only to get a higher score than Izuku since he used his purple ball to bounce him back and forth with little to no effort. Izuku's sweat dropped at the display as he wasn't expecting that. Test 5, ball throw. Since Izuku already did this exercise, he wasn't required to do it again. Bakugo got a score of 705.2 meters. He began to throw a tantrum complaining about how Deku shouldn't be above him in anything and that he was number 1. You know, the usual. Momo created a cannon and was able to fire the softball about 767 meters. Izuku congratulated her and praised her Quirk as it was one of the most useful and versatile he has ever seen. She would surely make a good pro hero. Of course, Momo blushed at the praise, but she did her best to hide it. When it was Achiko's turn, she used her zero-gravity quirk on the ball and threw it as it kept on floating and floating until it became a twinkle star in the sky as it went into space. Aizawa showed what his phone read, and everybody was aghast to see that it read a pink infinity symbol. Infinity? Class 1A shouted. That's amazing. She got infinity. Well, I guess she got me beat in this test. Izuku said as he sweat dropped and chuckled. Test 6, sit-ups. Every stood there gobsmacked as they couldn't believe their eyes. Izuku was currently doing continuous sit-ups without breaking a sweat. All anyone could see was a green blur going up and down over and over again. Everybody had long stopped doing their sets. Bakugo tried to keep up with Izuku, but it was too much for him and he was forced to stop as his body could not go on. Izuku wasn't aware of this as he was deep in his thoughts. He was only using 1% of one for all, which was practically nothing for him since it didn't consume much of his stamina. After a couple of more minutes, Aizawa decided that he's seen enough. Alright, Midoriya, you can stop now. You've shown enough, I'll put you in the number 1 spot for this activity. Aizawa said as he looked at his phone and put everybody in their spots for the sit-ups test. Huh. Izuku said as he looked up to see everybody staring at him. He blushed in embarrassment as he rubbed the back of his head nervously. Guess I kind of spaced out, huh? Guess I'll stop at 10,000 reps. 10,000 reps. He's insane. Test 7, seated toe touch. Due to Izuku's high pain tolerance and strong hamstring muscles, he was able to stretch the longest distance. One would think that his size and strength would prevent him from being able to be as flexible as he is, but All Might made sure during their training that Izuku was as fast and agile as he is strong. This allowed him to be flexible so that villains wouldn't be able to exploit that kind of weakness. Okay, just one more test and we're done, Izuku said as he prepared for the next trial. Test 8, long distance run. After about 15 minutes, the only two people that were still running around the field were Izuku and Momo. Since Izuku had only been using 1% of one for all throughout all of the tests, he had plenty of stamina left, so he was easily able to keep running after everyone else who already tired themselves out. The reason Momo was still there was because she created a bicycle that allowed her to easily keep up with Izuku. You weren't kidding when you said you could create anything, Izuku said as Momo caught up with him. How in the world are you able to keep on running like that? Aren't you tired? Momo asked in between breaths as she began sweating. Izuku shook his head. Not really. I train practically every day for hours upon hours. So an exercise like this is really nothing for me. It's barely even a warm-up for me. After that, 15 more minutes passed and Momo was forced to stop as her legs couldn't keep on pedaling forever. After Izuku stopped running, the entire class waited patiently for the results. After arranging all of the spots, Aizawa looked at the class and said, "Okay, I've got the results, but there seems to be a problem." Aizawa's hair then began to go up as his eyes turned red and his scarf spread and launched towards Izuku and pulled him closer to Aizawa. Izuku was caught off guard as he sensed Aizawa's power level rise dramatically. Around Aizawa's neck was a pair of yellow goggles. Izuku gasped as he saw them. Those goggles? I see. You can erase other people's quirks with your quirk just by looking at them. The Erasure Hero, Eraser Head. Eraser? I don't know him. I've heard of him. He's an underground hero. Unbeknownst to the students and teacher, All Might was hiding in the corner observing all of the events unfolding. He doesn't like media attention because he says it hinders his work. That's right, young Midoriya. He and I don't get along. From what I can tell, you have been holding back a lot of power, haven't you? Aizawa said as Izuku widened his eyes as he was shocked to find out that Aizawa was able to find out that he has not been putting in his all. The purpose of this quirk assessment test is to gauge your abilities and figure out your limits so that we as teachers can help you improve and prepare you in order to become the best pro hero you can possibly become. But instead, you decided to willingly hold back when your potential is much higher than what you have shown. Aizawa then let go of Izuku as his eyes and hair went back to normal. You scored the highest number of points in the practical exam history for a reason. Show us why exactly that is. Don't let your potential go to waste. That is not rational. Aizawa took out his eye drops and began to take care of his dry eyes. Go ahead and redo all of the tests. And this time, don't hold back. If I catch you holding back even a little, then you will be the one going home, Aizawa said as Izuku widened his eyes. Izuku walked over to the 50-meter dash site. Alright, from here on out, I'm going to have to use 20%. Izuku thought as the green lightning grew bigger around him and his aura became denser. On your mark, get set. The gunshot sound went off as Izuku immediately went running faster than the naked eye can see. There was a sonic boom as strong winds blew everyone back a couple feet. 0.26 seconds. Aizawa smirked. Now that's what I want to see. Tenya was speechless. What in the world? That's stupid fast. He was holding back that much power this entire time. The rest of Class 1A had similar thoughts as they have never seen a kid their age go at such ridiculous speeds. Izuku was also shocked at his own speed. What the hell? That has to be some sort of record. I wasn't expecting that. After everybody calmed down and picked up their jaws from the floor, Izuku redid the grip strength test. When he used 20% of one for all, he completely broke the device as his grip strength was way too strong to be read. Zero and Mineta cried out in shock. What? There's no way that's possible. He's not human. After that, Izuku did the standing long jump again. This time he decided to completely fly over it and land on the other side of the field. For the repeated side steps, Izuku was moving so fast that the machine couldn't keep up and it said, "Error," and just counted Izuku's score as infinity. Let it be known that small sparks were seen coming from the machine. Izuku began to scare some of his classmates. It seemed like there was no limit to his power. For the ball throw, Aizawa decided that he needed to see more. Midoriya, remember when you were able to completely vaporize the zero-pointer during the practical exam? I want you to use that. Same power, but this time, don't pass out and completely break your arms. In order for you to become a pro hero, you can't always destroy your own body and think that every time somebody is going to save you. You have to learn to control your power. And if you can't, then well I guess we won't be seeing you in UA anymore. Aizawa said as he put the most pressure on Izuku that he possible could. Tenya began to worry, why is Mr. Aizawa putting this much pressure on Midoriya? Hasn't he proved himself already? Bakugo replied with, he better come up with something or else he's done for. He better not get expelled or I'll kill him. Come on Izuku-kun, you got this. I believe in you. Momo thought as she also began to worry for her friend. He said to show him the same power I used against the zero-pointer. He must mean when I combined both my ki and one for all into one. But if I do that, then I'll collapse. What do I do? What do I do? Izuku thought nervously. Just then a light bulb lit up in his head as he finally got an idea. Alright, it's all or nothing then. Izuku then took off his training weights which together weighs 50 tons. As soon as they hit the ground, it created a dust cloud and shook the earth that resembled a mini earthquake. What the hell is that? Don't tell me he has had that on him all this time. Mineta shouted as he and the rest of Class 1A were wondering just how the hell Izuku was even able to move with all of that weight on him. Okay, now that I'm nice and loose, let's get this show on the road. Izuku said as he activated full cowl 20%. He gripped the ball nice and hard prepared to throw it. I have to give it my all. If not, then how can I dare call myself a hero? All Might saw what Izuku was about to do. Hey, is he serious? I have to work a lot harder than everyone else if I want to become the #1 hero. That's why, with all my strength, I'll do what I can right now. Right before Izuku threw the softball, his right index finger ignited with a yellow light which is a sign of him using his ki. The energy mixed with the green electric power of one for all as the two energies focused on one point and combined to create an even greater power. Izuku yelled with all his might. Delaware smash! The ball launched into the air as it went so fast that it created a sonic boom that created a whirlwind that forced everybody present to cover their face so that dust doesn't get into their eyes. It doesn't hurt as much as before. Izuku's index finger was completely broken as it was now an ugly purple color. When the ball finally hit the ground, Aizawa looked at his phone as it read 95 kilometers. Mr. Aizawa, said teacher looked towards Izuku as he looked at him in the eye and smirked pridefully as he closed his fist with the broken finger. I can still move. Aizawa smiled and returned with his freaky face. This kid. I came because I was worried, but what the heck, young man? You still couldn't control both one for all and ki at the same time, but you also couldn't become incapacitated. So, you propelled the ball at the last point of contact by sending the power of one for all and your ki at the same time to just your fingertip, minimizing the injury while maximizing the power. All Might thought as he felt so much pride in the fact that his successor was able to defy the odds once again. What the heck, young man? You're so cool. 7 comment. Chapter 4, Deku vs. Kacchan? Chapter 4, Deku vs. Kacchan? Title is not a typo, just how I've been personally calling these two idiots in Season 1, or Volume 1 if you only read the manga. A man that hath friends must shew himself friendly, and there is a friend that sticketh closer than a brother. 80 kilometers? Multiple members of Class 1A cried out in shock as they were once again had their jaws dropped thanks to witnessing the absolute raw power of none other than Izuku Midoriya. That's amazing, I knew he could do it. Achiko cheered as she was happy that Izuku isn't going to be expelled thanks to exceeding everyone's expectations once again. Nice job as always, Izuku-kun, Momo said as she crossed her arms. His finger is swollen. He also broke his arms during the entrance exam as well. His quirk is really powerful, but it is also very strange. I have never seen anything like it. He truly is one of a kind. Tenya said with his finger resting on his chin as he pondered about Izuku's abilities and his unique powers. It's not very stylish, Ioma said, but everybody ignored him. However, the one that was the most surprised out of the group was Bakugo as he had his mouth open gaping at Izuku's magnificent softball throw. What's with that power? Everyone's quirks manifest by the age of 4. This is unthinkable. It's blasphemous. Unbelievable. But it's happening right in front of me. You're trying to tell me that he got this strong in the span of 10 months. Bakugo yelled in his head as he thought back to the first time Izuku's quirk appeared, which was when Izuku saved Bakugo from the sludge villain. The memory brought a sour taste to the ash-blonde boy's mouth. What is the meaning of this? Bakugo said as he ignited an explosion in his right hand. He then ran towards Izuku head-on as he yelled in pure rage, "Tell me what's going on, Deku, you be. How did you get so ridiculously powerful?" "Oh, Sirpi." Izuku cried in fear as he still hadn't recovered from the self-inflicting injury he suffered due to using Ki and One for All in one attack. And a super angry Katsuki Bakugo, with an explosion with Izuku's name on it, was the complete opposite of what he needed at the moment. But right before Bakugo could even lay a finger on the Izuku, Aizawa detained him using his gray scarf, which completely immobilized Bakugo as for some reason the gray cloth just wouldn't budge. "What the dash? Why is your scarf so dim and hard?" Bakugo said as he grit his teeth as he tried to break free, but to no avail. It also didn't help that his quirk was deactivated as well. Because it is a weapon for capture made of carbon fiber woven together with metal wire made of a special alloy. "Geez, you kids keep making me use my quirk over and over again. I have dry eyes," Aizawa said as his hair was elevated upward and eyes were now glowing red, signaling that he was using his erasure quirk to immobilize Bakugo. Izuku raised his eyebrows, impressed at the high power level he sensed from Aizawa. It's such a waste since his quirk is so amazing. All of the students from Class 1A said simultaneously as they sweat dropped at their teacher's quirk's lame drawback. Name: Shota Aizawa. Quirk: Erasure. He can erase the quirks of those he looks at. The effect goes away when he blinks. Mutant-type quirks are immune to erasure, and the quirk won't work if his line of sight is obstructed from the intended target. Aizawa deactivated his quirk and let go of Bakugo. "We're wasting time. Midoriya, you don't have to redo the remaining 3 tests since the result will be the same anyway. So to not waste any more of our time, let me redo my calculations and I'll reveal the results in a moment." Izuku looked at Bakugo for a second and went towards the rest of the class as he left Bakugo in the middle of the field sulking. "Is your finger all right?" Achiko asked Izuku as she recognized that his injury is similar to the ones he sustained in the entrance exam when he saved her by destroying the zero-pointer. "Oh yeah. It is no big deal. I've handled worse." As they were conversing, Katsuki remained in the middle of the field as he tightened his fists in anger. Until a little while ago, he was just a pebble on the side of the road. Katsuki thought as childhood memories involving him and Izuku resurfaced his mind. "You're so lucky, Kacchan. Your quirk is so cool. I hope I get mine soon too," Kid Izuku said as he and Kid Katsuki were walking in a forest. Kid Katsuki had a fishing net in his hand and Kid Izuku was trudging behind him. "No matter what quirk you get, you will never beat me, Deku." A pebble on the side of the road. Bakugo thought as he grit his teeth. After about 2 to 3 minutes, Aizawa was finally ready with the test results. He walked over to the group of students and said, "Okay, I'll quickly tell you the results. The total is simply the marks you got from each test. It is a waste of time to explain verbally, so I'll show you the results all at once." Aizawa clicked a button on his phone as a blue hologram projection appeared showing a list that ranked all of the students' scores from highest to lowest. The results were as follows. Izuku Midoriya, Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo. Tenya Ida. Fumikage Tokoyami. Mizo Sho. Mashireo Ojiro. Ijuru Kirishima. Mina Ishido. Achiko Uraraka. Koji Koda. Rikido Sato. Siu Ajui. Yuga Oyama. Antasiro. Denki Kaminari. Kyokujiro. Toru Hagakure. Minoru Mineta. Mineta's eyes began to tear up as he saw that he got the last place in the Quirk assessment test. No way. I'm getting expelled on the first day. But right before he started to sob fully, Aizawa cut him off. By the way, I was lying about the expulsion. No one is going home. All of Class 1A besides Izuku and Momo were speechless as their eyes were as wide as saucers. Aizawa smirked as he made his trademark freaky face. It was a rational deception to draw out the upper limits of your quirks. What? Class 1A yelled beside Izuku and Momo as the rest of the class did not take kindly to being deceived so easily. Of course that was a lie. It should have been obvious if you just thought it through. It's the first day of school for crying out loud. I'm sorry, I guess I should have said something. Momo said. Yeah, you should have. Thought Jiro, Kaminari, and Mineta simultaneously. Yeah, sorry guys, but it was probably the only way to keep you from holding back. So I also didn't say anything. Izuku said as he smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head like he always does. Like you're one to talk. That was a little nerve-wracking, huh? Siro said as he turned to talk to Kirishima. I'll take up the challenge anytime. Kirishima replied as he showed his cocky persona. Bakugo just scoffed in annoyance, probably because he got 4th overall in the Quirk assessment test and Izuku was number 1. Something that he had never even considered being possible. With that, we're done here. There are handouts with the curriculum and such in the classroom, so when you get back, look over them. Aizawa then walked towards Izuku with a slip of paper in his hand. Midoriya, have the old lady fix you in the nurse's office. Tomorrow will be packed with even more rigorous tests. Prepare yourself. We can't have you going home with a broken finger. Aizawa said as he gave Izuku the slip of paper and walked away. Izuku looked at the slip of paper as he was immersed in his thoughts. I got through this for now. I may be strong, but there are still things that I can't do. I made it to first place, so I have a good head start. But I have a much to learn from here on out in regards to becoming a pro hero. I just need to make sure I keep working hard to get closer and closer to achieving my dream. Aizawa, you liar. Oh, good morning All Might. So you were watching? You got too much time on your hands? Aizawa said as he passed by All Might when he was on his way back inside. A rational deception, you said? Nice joke, but April Fool's was last week. You punished a whole class of last year's first years with expulsion. You cut those you judged to be without hesitation. For a man like that to take back his words, that must be because you also felt it too, right? Izuku Midoriya's raw potential. All Might bellowed as he pointed at Aizawa. Aizawa began to have a suspicious look on his face as a knowing smirk appeared on his face. Also? You seem to be supporting him quite a bit. Is it too far-fetched to say that maybe you have been giving young Midoriya a little favoritism? All Might widened his eyes as he realized his mistake. See, I need to be more careful with the way I speak about Izuku towards others. Is that how a teacher should be acting? Aizawa started to walk away, but he decided to say one last thing before he and All Might parted ways. It's true what you say. He does have an enormous amount of potential, probably the most potential a UA student has ever had. But potential will only get you so far in this world. Execution is what matters. There are still many things he needs to learn in order for him to become a pro hero. For one, he needs to stop that habit of holding back and letting his guard down. A mistake like that could cost his or other people's lives if he's not careful. I will always cut those without potential. There's nothing crueler than letting a dream end midway. That was the last thing he said before he walked off, leaving All Might to his own devices. All Might grimaced as he heard Aizawa's harsh but true words. All Might knew firsthand what it was like to make a costly mistake against a villain because of a stupid rookie mistake such as letting his guard down. It was exactly how he received the life-threatening injury to his stomach that could have ended his career 6 years ago. So you're being kind in your own way, huh, Aizawa? Sigh, I guess we don't really get along after all. Classes were now over as the first day of UA High School for Izuku Midoriya ended. A bunch of students was leaving the front gates as they conversed with one another, speaking about the first day went for them, how the classes and the teachers were and whatnot. The first day of the school year always has the most energy, more than most of the days in the school year. I'm so tired, Izuku said as he walked out the main gates of UA, feeling very fatigued as he did. Just then, a strong hand grabbed Izuku's right shoulder. He already knew who the person was since he felt the person's energy signature about 30 seconds before they even touched him. Izuku turned around and greeted them. Hey Ida, what's up? Ida raised his eyebrows at the nonchalant attitude that the green-haired young man was displaying but pushed that thought aside. Is your finger healed? Yeah, thanks to Recovery Girl, Izuku said as he showed Tenya his bandaged finger. Flashback. Nurse's office. Kiss. Recovery Girl kissed Izuku's broken finger as a green light illuminated it and healed it completely. Wow, it's healed. But I suddenly feel very tired, I need a nap, Izuku said groggily as he instantly felt the fatigue kicking in. My quirk can only STMLT a person's healing ability. Healing requires stamina. If you keep getting major injuries, you'll use too much stamina and end up dying instead, so be careful, Recovery Girl said as she gave Izuku candy so that he regain some energy. I'll end up dying instead? Izuku cried in horror as in his head he imagined a chibi version of him dead from breaking due to breaking all of his bones and Recovery Girl having to heal him, only for it to end in tragedy. SHT. Need to be more fucking careful. Izuku swore as he started sweating nervously and muttering incoherently. Watch your language, young man, Recovery Girl yelled as she smacked him upside the head. Yes, ma'am, Izuku said as he rubbed his head. Back to the present. I can't just keep getting help from others. I have to hurry up and learn to control and master my two quirks, Izuku said mentally as he and Ida walked side by side. I was really taken in by Mr. Aizawa. I even thought, this is the best of the best, and such. I didn't think a teacher would encourage us with a lie. But it seemed to have worked out in the end. Although I think threatening you with expulsion was pushing it a little, but I guess it was necessary in the end, Ida said as he crossed his arms. I thought Ida was scary, but he's just earnest and takes his education and training really seriously. That's actually a very important trait to have when you're aspiring to become a pro hero, Izuku thought as he was impressed by Tenya Ida's diligence. Hey, you two, you're heading to the train station, right? Wait for us, Achiko shouted as she and Momo walked towards Izuku and Tenya. Uraraka? Momo-chan. Oh, you're the Infinity Girl and the girl who got second place in the Quirk assessment test right behind Midoriya, Tenya said as the two young ladies caught up them. I'm Achiko Uraraka. Yaoyorozu said she was friends with Midoriya and I thought we could all head to the train station together, Achiko said in her cheery voice. Yeah, I was trying to catch up with you guys and I thought why not bring her along, Momo said as she smiled. Okay, let's see if I can get this right. You're Tenya Ida, Achiko said as she pointed at Ida. And you're Deku Midoriya, right? Izuku widened his eyes as he didn't expect her to know that name, Deku? But during the fitness test, the boy named Bakugo said, Deku, you be SRD. Right. My real name is Izuku, but Deku is what Kacchan calls me to make fun of me, that IT means good for nothing, worthless, trash, and that I will never amount to anything, Izuku said as he rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. An insult? That's not a nice way to greet a fellow classmate. Oh, is that right? I'm sorry, I didn't know. But Dek sounds like the Japanese word for you can do it. It has some sort of never give up vibe, so I kinda like it. The you it is, Izuku said immediately with no hesitation as his face was bright red. What? But Midoriya, you're accepting it too easily. Wasn't that an insult? Tenya said as he was perplexed by the situation. It's like a Copernican revolution, Izuku mumbled as he hid his blushing face with his hands comically. Kopi? Achiko asked confused as she didn't get the reference that Izuku was making. Momo giggled as she shook her head. being the only one who actually understood what Izuku was talking about. Pushing that aside, the group of 4 began to walk towards the train station, conversing on the way there. There are so many things I can't do yet. I have to work hard and do my best. This is only the beginning of my journey to becoming a hero. But, Toshinori-sensei, I can at least be happy that I have friends, right? Izuku thought as he finally had people who he can call friends. It has been a while since he has socialized with his classmates or other people in his school. It made him feel happy inside that now his life was finally taking a step forward from the darkness and hopelessness it used to be. This was the beginning of his path to becoming a hero. Meanwhile, in the teacher's lounge, Toshinori was sitting down as he stared at the hero costume that was currently in his hands. You don't have time to relax, Izuku my boy. The real thing starts tomorrow. Prepare yourself for the trials to come. The next day, the curriculum of UA High's hero course, regular required classes, like English, in the morning. Which of these English sentences is wrong? Present Mike asked as he wrote down these 4 sentences on the chalkboard. The man whom I respect most is my father. That is the house in which he lived. I well remember the day on which we both met. Please tell me that all you know. So normal. Mina, Kaminari, and Jiro thought simultaneously. So demon boring, Katsuki thought as he rested his head on his hand. Everybody heads up. Let's get this party started. Present Mike bellowed as he tried to get his students to be more enthusiastic. The relative pronoun is in the wrong place in number 4. Izuku said mentally as already knew the answer as soon as Present Mike wrote the problem on the board, but he wanted to give his classmates a chance to answer the questions as Izuku isn't the type of person to hog all of the spotlight. Momo raised her hand since nobody else was doing anything. Okay, Yaoyorozu, come on. Present Mike said as Momo proceeded to answer the question correctly. Lunch is at the main cafeteria, where students can buy gourmet food for reasonable prices. White rice is great comfort food, isn't it? Lunch rush, the cook hero said. Yeah, Achiko said as she chewed the delicious dish in delight. Of course, Izuku was gushing and fanboying over meeting another one of his favorite pro heroes in person. Yeah, nothing new there. And then in the afternoon, Class 1A finally has hero basic training. Izuku smirked as he knew exactly who it was. Coming through the door like a normal person. All Might burst through the door very dramatically, which was not normal at all. It's All Might. Kaminari said excitedly as he truly was hyped to be taught by none other than the number 1 hero. Wow, he really is a teacher. Kirishima said, that's a costume from the Silver Age, isn't it? Tsuyu said observantly. Its style is so different, it's giving me goosebumps, Ojiro stated as a bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. All Might marched to the teacher's podium. I teach hero basic training. It is a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of being a hero. You will take the most units of this subject. Let's get right into it. This is what we'll do today, combat training. All Might exclaimed as he held a card that read the word, battle. Katsuki smirked in anticipation, combat training. Izuku finished as he too was smirking. He couldn't lie, he was just as excited for Kacchan. Just the thought of fighting made him shake in excitement. He knew firsthand what it was like, training with the symbol of peace. So he couldn't wait to see just what exactly they'll be doing next. His tail began wagging back forth as he anticipated for what's coming. And to go with that are these. All Might pointed to the wall as from holes installed there, came out numbered boxes from 1 through. These are costumes made based on your Quirk registrations and requests you sent in before school started. Students cheered in delight as they couldn't wait to try their new costumes on. Costumes? Izuku said. After you change, gather in ground beta. Yes, sir. At ground beta. Music. Boku no Hero Academia o Hero. All Might stood at ground beta waiting for his students to arrive. After a couple of seconds, figures can be seen coming out through the tunnel. They say the clothes make the man, young men and ladies. Be fully aware. From now on, you are heroes. As he said that, students from Class 1A all entered through the tunnel suited up ready to face whatever challenge that may come their way. All of the students had costumes that best suited their quirks in one way, shape, or form. They were also aesthetically pleasing to look at as all of the costumes were unique and best fit the young aspiring heroes in training and their personalities. All Might smiled as he greatly approved of everybody's gear. That's great, everyone. You all look cool. Now, shall we begin, you zygotes? Music end. The clothing allowance. Before they enrolled in UA High, all of the students in the hero course submitted their quirk registration, physical measurements, and desired designs so a support company exclusive with the school could prepare state-of-the-art costumes for them. It truly is a remarkable and useful system. Flashback to 3 weeks ago. I need to go to City Hall to get my quirk registration for the clothing allowance, Izuku said as he sat on his couch with papers spread all around the table. He got caught up with all of the training with All Might that he forgot to send in his request for his costume. And he left it for the last minute. Oh wait, but I'm already registered as Quirkless. Oh Sirvi, what should I do? He decided to call Toshinori for help. Quirk registration? Oh yeah, you can update that. Toshinori said blatantly as he sat in the teacher's lounge. Wait, really? Just like that? Toshinori chuckled. Everyone is examined and registered all at once when they enter elementary school and junior high, right? But there are cases where people discover their quirks are not what they thought they were. So you're allowed to update it once or twice. They won't accept outrageous changes, but if you had none before, it's probably fine. I'm home. Inko yelled from the front door. Izuku got nervous because she could find out All Might and Izuku's secrets, so he panicked and hung up by accident. Damn it, I hung up by mistake. I'll have to apologize to Toshinori-sensei later. Back to the present. Izuku jogged through the tunnel as he was little behind everyone else. It took him a little more time to get into his costume, so he had to hurry or else everybody will wonder where he's at. I saw this in a dream, it felt so real. And I guess I took inspiration from it. I couldn't get it out of my head. So I drew the model in Hero Journal. I liked the way it looked and it just stuck to me. I sent the design to the support company making sure that I got all of the detail accurate and listed exactly everything I needed. And now that I'm wearing it, I'm happy I did. Izuku thought to himself as he neared the entrance. He finally entered ground beta as everybody had their eyes on his costume. His costume consisted of the Scion armor with a dark blue chest plate with green stripes. He had red cut breaths with black and green boots with red wristbands. He also wore white gloves. Izuku held a red headband in his hand as he brought it up to his forehead, tightened it, and put it on. He has his tail wrapped around his waist. He was wearing the same exact gear that Bardock, the father of Son Goku, wore. This is my costume. Oh, Deku-kun? Achiko said once she noticed that Izuku arrived on ground beta. Uraraka. Izuku said, but once he got a good look at Achiko's costume, his face began to flush. That looks so cool. I have never seen a costume like that on any kind of hero. Very original and unique. I should have written what I wanted. Mine ended up being a skin-tight bodysuit. It's embarrassing. The hero course is the best, Mineta said as he gave Izuku a thumbs up. All Might saw Izuku's battle armor, and he was really impressed. He was worried that Izuku may try to emulate All Might's costume and copy it since he looked up to the symbol of peace so much. But All Might is glad that Izuku is trying to find his own identity and not be a blatant copy of himself. All Might saw that everybody was ready, so he began to give directions. Now, it's time for combat training. Sir, this is a battle center from the entrance exam, so will we be conducting urban battles again? Yes. No, we're going to move ahead 2 steps. Most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside, but if you look at the total numbers, atrocious villains appear indoors at a higher rate. Imprisonment, house arrest, backroom deals in this society filled with heroes, truly intelligent villains hide in the shadows. For this class, you'll be split into villains and heroes, and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. Without basic training? So you asked. This is a real battle to understand those basics. However, the key this time is that there's no robot you can just beat up. How will wins and losses be determined? Now it was Momo's turn to ask a question. Can we beat them up anyway? Of course, Bakugo would ask a question like that. Will the punishment be expulsion like with Mr. Aizawa? Achiko asked as she didn't want that kind of pressure again. How shall we be split up? Asked Tenya. Isn't this cape crazy? Aoyama said randomly and completely off topic. All Might began to become overwhelmed as he wasn't used to being a teacher, so being asked like 50 questions at once was kind of new to him. I'll answer all of your questions. Now listen here. All Might brought out his teaching notes. A script? Is he being for real right now? Izuku thought with a sweat drop as he found amusement in his teacher and idol's antics. The situation is that the villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes are trying to dispose of that. The heroes need to catch the villains or get the nuclear weapon back in the allotted time. The villains need to protect the nuclear weapon for the whole time or catch the heroes. All Might explained. Wow, this situation feels very American, Izuku commented. All Might brought out a yellow box. Teams and opponents will be determined by drawing lots. They're being decided so haphazardly? Tenya asked as he thought the selection would be more organized. Actually, Ida, this is a smart system. Just think about it, pros often have to create makeshift teams with heroes from other agencies. An important part of being a pro hero is that you must be able to adapt to any scenario you may come across and cooperate accordingly for the benefit of the mission. Izuku pointed out. Ida nodded his head as he understood Izuku's point. I see. The discernment to look ahead. Please excuse my rudeness, Ida said as he bowed. It's fine. Let's hurry up and do this quickly. All Might bellowed as the students went and drew their lots to see who they were paired up with. These were the teams that were made random. Team I, Izuku Midoriya and Achiko Uraraka. Team B, Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji. Team C, Momo Yaoyorozu and Minoru Mineta. Team D, Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Team E, Mina Ishido and Yuga Aoyama. Team F, Rikido Sato and Koji Koda. Team G, Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jiro. Team H, Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Azui. Team I, Amashireo Ojiro and Toru Hagakure. Team J, Ijiro Kirishima and Hantasiro. Wow, Deku-kun, we're on the same team. It must be fate. I'm counting on you. Achiko said cheerfully as she was excited over the fact that she and Izuku will be working together. Izuku gave her an enthusiastic thumbs up. Yeah, let's do our best, Uraraka. All Might place his hands in two boxes, a white one labeled Hero and a black one labeled Villain. The first teams to fight will be. All Might dramatically took his hands out and in his hands appeared a black ball labeled D and a white ball labeled. These guys. Team A will be the heroes, and Team D will be the villains. Izuku and Katsuki both gasped as they didn't expect to be fighting each other so soon. Well, I guess I would have to go up against Kacchan sooner or later. So we might as well get this over with. Oh hell yeah, perfect. I get to crush Deku with my own hands right off the bat. Everyone else, head toward the monitor room. Yes, sir. Besides the 4 students participating, the students of Class 1A did as they were told and left to go to the monitor room to watch the battle that was about to unfold. Izuku looked towards Katsuki and saw that he was giving him a mean glare. So to annoy him, Izuku decided to glare at him back and give him a cocky smirk. Bakugo was taken aback by this gesture and just got even angrier as he made a silent growl. Villain team, go in first and set up. In 5 minutes, the hero team will break in, and the battle will start. Yes, sir. The students minus Bakugo said as the villain team began to make their way into the building. Young Ida, young Bakugo, learn to think from the perspective of the villains. This is pretty close to a real battle. Go all out. Don't be afraid to get hurt. Yes, sir. Ida replied. If things go too far, I will stop it. Yes, sir. All the while, Katsuki looked towards Izuku, who was doing warm-up stretches getting ready for the battle that will commence in 5 minutes. Just looking Deku made Kacchan growl in anger. When the villain team made it to the floor where the fake nuclear weapon was located, Ida began to speak. Even if this is training, it pains me to become a villain. So our job is to protect this. He proceeded to knock on the fake weapon. It's papier-mâché. Hey! Tenya turned around to see that Katsuki had his back turned towards him. Deku has pretty strong quirk, doesn't he? Well, yeah, you saw that extraordinary strength, didn't you? It appears to carry a lot of risks, though. However, you seem to be especially angry when it comes to Midoriya. Bakugo was shaking in anger as a certain thought came to his mind. Has he been tricking me all this time? Playing me for a fool when in reality he had a strong quirk all along. That dim nerd. Meanwhile, the hero team was still outside discussing battle strategies. It's a lot of work to memorize the building's floor plan. But All Might is just the same as when he's on TV. Unlike Mr. Aizawa, it looks like there's no punishment, so we can relax, and you're not relaxed at all. Achiko exclaimed as Izuku was visibly shaking. However, it wasn't because of nervousness, but it was because of excitement. Well, it's because we're going up against Kacchan. And there's Ida, too, so I feel like I need to be on guard. I see. Bakugo's the one who makes fun of you, right? Achiko said as she remembered what Izuku told her yesterday about him giving the name Deku to Izuku as an insult. Izuku sighed. He's amazing. I'll definitely surpass All Might and become the top hero. Yeah, he can be really annoying and a JRK, but his goal, his confidence, his physical strength, and his quirk is way more amazing than mine. Izuku then stood to his full height and tightly balled his fists, but that's all in the past. Now I have my own power, my own confidence, my own drive, and my own goal. So, now, I refuse to lose against him. Izuku bellowed as the milky white aura of his ki sparked to life. Achiko stood in awe of the sheer raw power that was coming from Izuku. It made her feel safe and brought a sense of calmness and peace to her heart. She smiled and said, "So it's a fated battle between rivals, huh?" Izuku smiled sheepishly as he scratched his head. "Oh, well, I guess you can say that." Achiko beamed at him and raised her fist up high and cheered. "All right then, let's do our best. We are a team, right? So let's work together and win." Just then, All Might began to speak through the intercom speaker at ground beta. "Now, let's start the indoor person-to-person combat training with Team A and Team D." Izuku looked towards Achiko and said, "Okay, listen up, Uraraka. Here's the plan." "Okay, everyone, you all should think as well." All Might told the class as they were all gathered in the monitor room. They were monitor screens all over the place that showed various shots of the building. This allowed All Might and the students to see exactly what was going on and assess their performance as such. "Young Izuku, here, you are no more than a single student. I'll grade you strictly, without playing favorites. So do your best and remember our training together." All Might said mentally as he and the rest of the students present stared at the monitors waiting patiently for one of the teams to make a move. At that moment, Izuku and Achiko entered the building through an open window. "We've infiltrated successfully," Achiko said as they landed on the floor. "There are a lot of blind spots, so be careful to not get caught off guard," Izuku stated as the two began to walk through the hallways. Izuku closed his eyes and concentrated on the energy signatures in the area. "Okay, so Ida is on the top floor, he's stationary and not moving at all. That must mean he's guarding the nuclear weapon," Izuku thought. He then scanned the area again as a smirk appeared on his face as he sensed a certain someone's energy signature, just as according to plan. Izuku quickly grabbed Achiko and moved out of the way the second before Bakugo came around the corner and blasted an explosion aimed directly for Izuku, but since he moved out the way, it just hit the wall. "Uraraka, are you alright?" Izuku asked with genuine concern in his voice. "Yeah, thanks for the save," Achiko responded as she got up from the ground and dusted herself off. The smoke cleared as Bakugo swiped his arm through it. "Come Deku, don't dodge and fight me like a man." Izuku chuckled as he stood up straight. "I figured you would come for me first, Kacchan." "A surprise attack from the start? Bakugo, that's cheating. A surprise attack isn't manly at all," Kirishima said angrily as he punched his fist towards his palm. "A surprise attack is a strategy too. They're in the middle of a real battle right now," All Might said as he had his grading book in his hands. Midori avoided it. Mina said, "There goes Bakugo." Kaminari warned as through the monitors they could see Katsuki charging straight towards Deku. I won't do so much damage that this fight gets stopped, but I'm gonna get close. Bakugo yelled as he aimed a right hook at Izuku. But before Bakugo could connect, Izuku countered by grabbing his right arm. Izuku lifted him above his head and brought him down crashing to the ground with authority. What the hell? Did he read my moves? But how? He's not supposed to be that good. Bakugo thought as he was sent to the ground. He immediately felt the force of the throw as his back was screaming in pain and drops of saliva escaped through his mouth due to the recoil of the counterattack. Wow, he's like a martial arts sir. Achiko cheered as she was impressed by Izuku's amazing counter. In the monitor room, everybody had their eyebrows raised as they weren't expecting Izuku to move like that and so swiftly. Kacchan. Izuku began to speak as Bakugo began to get back up. You usually start with a big right swing. How much do you think I've been watching you? I wrote an analysis for all of the heroes I thought were amazing in my hero journals. In the notebook, you blew up and threw away. What? Bakugo shouted in bewilderment as he too remembered when he threw out Izuku's notebook through the window. Coincidentally, that was the same day that Bakugo told Izuku to commit suicide and Izuku would, later on, save him from death against the sludge villain. The name, Deku. The same one that you use as an insult to call me useless and worthless. Well, guess what? The name Deku isn't going to mean useless or worthless or good for nothing anymore. Kacchan, from now on, Deku is a name that will mean, you can do it, it will mean, never give up, it will be a symbol of hope. From this day forward, Deku is the name of a hero. And I will take great pride in that name until the day I die. Izuku shouted as the scent of ozone filled the air and powered up to 5% one for all, full cowl. The green lightning that surrounded his aura was much more ferocious and violent due to the emotions that Izuku were feeling at the moment. Achiko's cheeks had a slight tinge of red as she remembered that those were the exact words that she used to describe the name Deku yesterday. Oh, is that right? I'm sorry, I didn't know. But Deku sounds like the Japanese word for, you can do it. It has some sort of never give up vibe, so I kinda like it. Katsuki now stood completely on his feet, Izuku's words now stained in his memory forever. Deku? If you keep going, I'll never forgive you, Kacchan. Katsuki remembered the day when Izuku first stood up to him. He was a weak, small child. He trembled and shook in fear as he stood in front and defended the other little boy that Bakugo and his lackeys were bullying. Izuku's face was full of tears that day. But now, 11 years later, it was a much different picture. The person that stood in front of him now is by no means a small, weak child. He is a strong, well-built young man. No tears were evident on his face as he had an expression that resembled an undying will, determination, and pride. Back then he had an aura that emanated absolute fear. Now his aura was electric as it oozed power and bravery. Izuku Midoriya is no longer afraid of Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku Midoriya is now Deku. And Deku is a hero who embodies hope and justice, and he has no fear. He will take on any obstacle that comes his way until he achieves his goal. The green electric eyes bore into Katsuki's soul as the sheer raw power behind them knew no bounds. Even though you were scared that day, you still didn't stand down, and now here you are. After all of the trauma I put you through, you never gave up no matter what, and kept striving for your dreams. And look at you now, you're a completely different person. You have no fear at all. You're not even crying like you used to. You will fight no matter what the odds, and you will prevail, you will win no matter what. Katsuki's hands ignited with small explosions as his whole body was burning in absolute rage. That's what I hate about you. Because Deku and Kacchan lived in the same neighborhood, they've known each other since they were little kids. Let's go kill the enemy. Kid Katsuki said as he pointed towards a gate to a forest that read, no trespassing. Okay. Katsuki's lackeys yelled as they were willing to follow the blonde explosion quirk user wherever he went. Okay. Kid Izuku said a little more hesitant as he was the one behind in the pack. Kacchan was the type who could do anything he tried his hand at, a rascal who led the group of neighborhood kids. Good or bad, Kacchan was full of confidence, and little Deku thought he was so cool. But, after his quirk manifested, It accelerated him down the wrong path. All men are not created equal. This was the harsh reality that Deku learned about society at the young age of 4. Hey, Bakugo. Give me your status. What happened? Tenya said through Kacchan's earpiece. Just shut up and defend. I'm really angry right now. Kacchan replied. I'm not asking about how you feel. Hey. But right before Tenya could say anything further, the connection was cut off. He hung up, going off on his own like that. What is wrong with him? Geez. Meanwhile, in the monitor room, what were Bakugo and Midoriya saying? Can't tell with just the cameras in a fixed position and no sound. Kirishima said. Young Bakugo was to his partner over the small wireless radio. You can bring that plus the building's floor plan and this capture tape. Once you wrap this around your opponent, it shows that you've captured them. All Might replied. The time limit is 15 minutes, and the heroes don't know where the nuclear weapon is located, right? Mina Ishido asked. Yes. The heroes are clearly at a disadvantage here. Mina said as it was true since the heroes are under a time limit. Heroes should be able to turn the tables on whatever predicament they're in. Besides, didn't Mr. Aizawa tell you, too? You know, here we go dash. Plus ultra. The students of Class 1A cheered their school's motto. Monsieur, Bakugo is dash, Aoyama said. Huh. All Might replied as he looked towards the monitors. Back to the battle. Kacchan put his left hand behind his back as he began to ignite an explosion. Deku saw what he was doing and yelled towards Ochako. Yorika, go. Follow the plan. Right. Ochako replied as she made her way towards the upper floors. Kacchan fired an explosion that he used to propel him towards Deku at high speeds. He aimed a roundhouse kick towards Deku with his left leg, but Deku managed to block the attack with his right hand just in time. Looking away during a fight? You must be sure of yourself. You know, you talk a lot of CRP, don't you? Deku said before he grabbed Kacchan's left leg and swung him with the force of one for all across the hallway as Kacchan's back hit a wall. He kicked first this time to keep me from predicting his moves. He's being cautious now. I won't win against him in an up-close battle. His explosion quirk is way too powerful. So I'm going to have to fight him at a distance and make him come to me. Deku thought as he strategized his next move. Kacchan got back up from Deku's swing and placed both of his hands behind him. Deku saw what he was trying to do and immediately ran around the corner faster than the eye can blink to create some distance between the two and bait Kacchan. Damn it. Don't you dare run from me. Come back here, Deku. Kacchan yelled as he chased after him. After a few minutes of playing cat and mouse, Kacchan was growing impatient. Hey! You tricked me, didn't you? Was it fun to trick me all this time? Huh. You've got a flashy quirk there, don't you? Over here. Kacchan turned his head around towards the voice, but just as he did, he got a one-for-all enhanced roundhouse kick straight to the dome, courtesy of none other than Deku. The kick sent Kacchan twirling around as he landed on his back again on the floor. You damn nerd. That was a cheap shot. Kacchan said angrily as he slowly got back up to his feet. By the way, I forgot to tell you, Kacchan Dash. You're quirkless. How can you even stand in the same ring as me? It's not like I'm trying to compete with you or anything. Believe me. I take back everything I said. Deku bellowed as he increased his power output to 8% of one for all and ran so fast that Kacchan barely had time to even breathe as Deku delivered a sucker punch to Kacchan's gut. The force of the strike had so much pent-up rage and aggression that it turned out to be significantly more powerful than what Deku intended. Kansas smash! Deku shouted as the punch pushed Kacchan back so hard that he crashed through walls and landed in an entirely different room. Deku looked at the miniature destruction that were caused by his own hand. He sweat-dropped and said to himself, I need to keep my emotions in check. I can't get carried away because of a personal vendetta. The mission takes top priority. Kacchan was lying on the floor after receiving Deku's Kansas smash. He laid there as he pondered what Deku said earlier. Kacchan, from now on, Deku is a name that will mean, you can do it, it will mean, never give up, it will be a symbol of hope. From this day forward, Deku is the name of a hero. And I will take great pride in that name until the day I die. He's just a pebble, Kacchan said as he began to look through his earlier memories with Deku. Wow, Kacchan, Kitazuku said as he was impressed by Kid Katsuki's display of skill of kicking a ball up and down. This is easy. But when Kitazuku tried to emulate Kid Katsuki, he failed and busted his behind. Oh. Izuku, you really can't do anything, can you? You can read the characters for Izuku as Deku, you know. Kacchan, you can read? One of Kid Katsuki's lackeys asked. You can't? And Deku means someone who can't do anything. Someone is useless, pathetic, worthless, and who won't amount to anything in their life. Kid Katsuki said as that was the origin of the name Deku. Really? Kid Katsuki's lackeys began to make fun and tease Kitazuku for the new nickname that Kid Katsuki came up with. Stop that, Kitazuku said as he did not appreciate the way that Kid Katsuki and his lackeys were treating him. It made him feel sad and he didn't like that feeling at all. Why don't you know? Kid Katsuki threw a stone across the river and made it skip a bunch of times. His lackeys and Kitazuku were really impressed by his performance and wanted to be just like him. Kacchan, how many times did yours skip? One of the lackeys asked. 7 times. Kid Katsuki said proudly. Wow. That's Kacchan for ya. What about you, Deku? Kid Katsuki asked as he looked towards Kitazuku. Kitazuku put his head down in shame and embarrassment, 0 times. Kid Katsuki and his lackeys proceeded to laugh at Kitazuku's misfortune. Why can't you do it? Kid Katsuki was in the middle of the classroom as every student plus the teachers were watching intently as small explosive sparks lit up his hands. His quirk has just manifested. Wow. That's so cool. Lucky. Kitazuku said. Wow, that's an amazing quirk. The male teacher of the class said. It really is. It is a flashy quirk just right for a pro hero. Right, Katsuki? Oh, I see. I'm amazing. No one is as amazing as I am. You're so lucky, Quirk is so cool. I hope I get mine soon too. Kitazuku said as he and Kid Katsuki were walking through a forest as Kid Katsuki had a fishing net in his hands. No matter what quirk you get, you'll never beat me. He's just a pebble. Hey, did you hear? Deku doesn't have a quirk. What? Really? Yeah, it's called being quirkless. That's so lame. Too bad for him. He's so weird. Don't worry about it, Izuku. Kitazuku remembered the words of his mother, telling him not to worry. But that was thrown out the window as soon as the news spread about him not having a quirk. That is when the isolation for Izuku Midoriya began, and he was officially deemed a social outcast by his peers. You're the least amazing, Deku. Forward march, members of the Bakugo Hero Agency. Kid Katsuki sang as he, his lackeys, and Kitazuku went across a huge log that acted as a bridge since it was above the river. However, as Kid Katsuki was singing, he tripped and fell off the log and went straight towards the river as his body making contact with the water created a huge splash. Kacchan! Hey, are you okay? He's fine. Kacchan's really strong. See? Kid Katsuki emerged from the water, completely unscathed. I was fine. Hurry up and get back up here. Okay, no problem. Nothing was wrong. Kid Katsuki heard footsteps coming towards him. He turned his head to see Kitazuku with his hand outstretched for Kid Katsuki to hold and use as support. Are you all right? Can you stand? Kitazuku asked sincerely as he was truly worried for his friend and wanted to help him in any way he can. Kid Katsuki was speechless as his whole world was shaking upside down. It would have been bad if you hit your head. As soon as those words left Kitazuku's mouth, something snapped within Kid Katsuki. Don't look at me with that face. Kacchan, I couldn't just stand there and watch you die. Stop it. I'm better than you do. Kacchan yelled with all his might as his voice can be heard all around the building as it echoed about 3 times. He immediately got up, ignored whatever pain he was feeling, and used his explosions to propel himself forward to where Deku was. Deku sighed as he got into his fighting stance. He just doesn't give up, does he? All right then, Kacchan, come at me. Found it. Achiko said in her head as she peeked around and saw Tenya guarding the nuclear weapon. Now I just have to tell Deku-kun and hide until he gets here. Right before she was about to communicate to Deku, she heard Tenya begin to say something. Bakugo is a natural at being bad, but that fits this training perfectly. Then I must also devote myself to being a villain. That's right. This is another trial to turn me into a man who will not bring shame to the Ida family. Become a villain. Be dyed with evil in order to become a hero. I am extremely evil. Achiko couldn't contain her laughter as she saw the scene unfolding in front of her. He's taking this so seriously. However, that slip-up cost her dearly as it announced to Tenya that she was hiding in the room. Have you arrived, Uraraka? Oh no, my cover has been blown. Achiko thought as knowing that she has been caught. She came out of hiding and revealed herself. I knew you would come here alone the instant Bakugo ran off by himself. Your quirk allows you to make the objects you touch float. That is why I put away all the things on this floor before you arrived. Now you cannot play your little tricks. You have blundered, hero. Tenya proceeded to laugh maniacally as he knew he had cornered her. He's starting to look like a villain. Deku-kun. Deku heard his name through his earpiece as he touched it to respond. Uraraka-sen. How's it going? Ida found me. Sorry. I made a slight slip-up and he immediately knew I was here. I'm evil. Deku heard someone say through his earpiece as he was a little confused. What was that? He asked. Oh, well, right now, he's kind of getting into the whole villain role. Deku just pushed that aside. Where are you right now? At the top floor, where the weapon is located. That's almost directly above where I and Kacchan are. We probably don't have much time left either. If we run out of time, our opponents win. Deku gripped the capture tape tightly. I can't lose this fight. Just then Kacchan made it to where Deku was, his face full of unfathomable rage as he was breathing. His right glove glowed red. Kacchan smirked. They're loaded. Kacchan, Deku said as he readied his fighting stance with 8% of one for all, full cowl activated. Why aren't you going all out? Kacchan asked. Huh? Deku asked dumbly. How does he know that? Kacchan growled. Don't try to act dumb and stupid. I know you aren't going 100%. The power you're using right now doesn't even hold a goddamn candle to the power I saw you use when Mr. Aizawa made you redo the ball throw. You know? The one where you threw a DMN softball 8 kilometers away. CRP, so he noticed, huh? Deku thought as he realized he had been caught red-handed. Kacchan continued, are you trying to tell me that you can beat me easily even if you don't use that power? Even if you do not go all out? Are you underestimating me, Deku? I have no choice but to do it. I can do it. I can. Deku said mentally as he looked at Kacchan dead in the eye. I'm not scared of you anymore. Stop trying to put fear in my heart. You already know that won't work anymore. Deku stated matter-of-factly as he no longer felt any fear towards Kacchan anymore. He had full confidence in his abilities and power. He no longer had to look up towards Kacchan anymore. From this day forth we are equals. Got it. Kacchan widened his eyes as he heard the words that just sprouted from Deku's mouth. Equals? Like hell we are. You are beneath me, demand it. Kacchan thought, but then he calmed down a bit as he raised his right arm. With all your stalking you probably already know, but my quirk, explosion, let me secrete nitroglycerin like sweat from the sweat glands on the palm of my hand and make it explode. If they made this the way I asked, then these gauntlets will store the nitroglycerin inside them and… Kacchan began to pull the firing pin on his grenade-like gauntlet. Don't tell me that's… Young Bakugo, stop. Are you trying to kill him? All Might yelled through the earpiece. If I don't hit him, he won't die. He'll be fine as long as he dodges. Oh, SHT. He's being serious. Deku said as he immediately stood on guard, had his palm out. He could feel Kacchan's power level rising rapidly. At that moment, Kacchan completely pulled the firing pin as an explosion bigger than anything Deku has ever seen Kacchan produce fired directly at him. Its attack potency was so strong that it rocked and made the entire building shake as Achiko and Tenya were knocked off their feet in the top floor. The explosion was so strong that everyone else in the monitor room could feel it. This is supposed to be a class. Where the hell did his brain go? Is he completely nuts? Kirishima yelled as the rest of Class 1A were in complete shock of Kacchan's violent and brutal attack that could actually kill someone. Young man. Young Midoriya. All Might yelled as he was worried for his students' safety. The smoke cleared as Deku could be seen with his headband off and torn, bits and pieces of his armor broken. His hand was glowing with blue ki energy as he used that to try and nullify the huge explosion as best as he could so that it wouldn't cause too much damage. He increased his power output to 15% of one for all, full cowl so that he could actually withstand and tank the attack. The green electricity around his aura became sharper and more violent as he was set off at the moment. Is that even allowed? And look at what you've done. My headband is torn and bits of my armor is broke. Do you know how hard it is to make these kinds of models? You literally could have killed me right there. Hell, if it was anybody else, you probably would have. Deku exclaimed as he couldn't believe that Kacchan had that bad of an anger management issue. Kacchan made his way through the smoke. Wow. The more that's stored in these gauntlets, the stronger the blast. As he said that, his left gauntlet glowed red, signaling that it was completely loaded up. Come on, show me your full strength, Deku. I'll force you to surrender even if you're at full strength. Kacchan said as he made a smiling face that resembled that of a psychopath. You're insane, Deku said blatantly as he didn't expect Kacchan to go this far. Bakugo, answer me. Did you do that? What in the world did you do? Explain yourself. Tenya shouted through his earpiece as he was interested in just what in the world his teammate was thinking. This is my chance. If we retrieve the weapon, we'll win. Achiko thought as she sought to take advantage of Tenya's distraction and head straight for the nuclear weapon. Tenya saw what Achiko was doing and was immediately on the defensive. I won't let you, hero. Achiko used zero gravity on herself and jumped right over Tenya as she floated above the air. Tenya was not expecting a move like that. Can she make herself float now too? We need to touch the weapon itself for it to count as being retrieved. Release. But before she even got a chance to reach the weapon, Tenya used his engine quirk to dash towards the weapon and snatch it as then Achiko landed hard on the ground. Your quirk is not a threat if you cannot touch anything. I'll hold out until time runs out. Tenya then did his evil laugh as he was really into the hole, playing the villain role. Deku-kun is trying so hard, though. I can't give up. Achiko thought as she got back up to her feet. Speaking of Deku, Kacchan was currently taunting him. Hey, what's wrong, Deku? Why you not going all out yet? Do you still think of me as weaker than you, or are you just that arrogant? Come at me, Diminute, and fight me like a real man. However, Deku was currently immersed in his thoughts. The explosion shot out. He had his costume made so that his quirk would work even for long distances. He reached for his earpiece. Uraraka-san, what's the situation? Deku-kun. Achiko responded as she was relieved to find out that he was all right. Kacchan had a perplexed look on his face. Ignoring me again? I can't believe this dim nerd. Am I not a threat to you? Meanwhile, back in the monitor room, all of the spectators were watching the scene unfold. Sir, you should stop them. That Bakugo's really crazy. He's gonna hurt somebody or even worse if he's not detained. Kirishima pleads to All Might. No. All Might said as he assessed the situation happening right in front of him. Strangely enough, part of him is still sane. I don't know if it's small-minded or what, but anyway. All Might thought as he spoke through his microphone. Young Bakugo, the next time you use a technique like that, I'll stop the fight, and your team will lose. Huh. Bakugo dumbly replied. To attack on such a large scale inside is inviting the destruction of the stronghold you should be protecting. That is a foolish plan for both heroes and villains. You will lose a lot of points for it. As a teacher, I know I should stop this. However, no. All Might raised his eyebrows as he heard Deku's voice. Don't you dare to stop this fight, All Might. Under absolutely no circumstance. I'm going to finish this battle and I'm going to win. Deku stated with an aura of confidence as he powered up. What was that, Deku? Kacchan yelled as he couldn't believe the confidence that those words oozed. All Might stood speechless as he was almost shocked at his successor's words. Young Midoriya, I don't know what you have planned, but I believe in you. Go to the pillar by the windows, now. Deku told Hachiko through his earpiece. Over and out. Hachiko understood and went to do what she was told. Let's settle this, Deku, with our fists. Kacchan charged straight at Deku. He got ready to counterattack him, but right before Kacchan made contact with Deku, he changed his direction midair by blast and explosion and using the momentum to go over Deku's head and blast Deku with another explosion from behind. See, I wasn't expecting that. Deku thought as he felt the burning pain of Kacchan's deadly explosion fueled by fury. Back in the monitor room, students were shocked at Kacchan's move as they too weren't expecting him to do something like that. What was that? Kirishima asked. He doesn't look the type to think, but he's more subtle and intelligent than I expected. Shoto Todoroki, who doesn't speak much at all, said as he analyzed Kacchan's movements. What do you mean? Now Kirishima was interested in what Shoto was talking about. He changed his course in a blast that doubled as a smoke screen and then did it again immediately, Shoto replied. Getting in a clean hit while fighting against inertia requires fine lateral adjustments to the power of explosions, Momo said as she decided to also put her 2 cents in as well. He's too talented. Too talented. Kaminari complained. Back to the fight, Kacchan went to capitalize on his previous offensive move with another swing. Where's all that confidence now, huh? You are below me, Deku. Here comes your favorite right swing. He yelled as he went for his famous right hook. You talk way too dim and much. Deku shouted as he fired a blue key blast straight to Kacchan's midsection on purpose, knowing that's where he has suffered the most punished throughout this fight. The blast connected as it blew Kacchan away and created its own miniature explosion. He's not going to give me a chance to think. He's just going to keep charging at me like a locomotive no matter what. He's a ball of natural instincts, so I'm just going to have to fight back. Deku thought as he sensed Kacchan getting back up and walking towards him. I should stop them, but I don't want to stop them for his sake. All Might thought as he was in an internal dilemma. Deku jumped over to where the winder was and positioned himself over there as he saw Kacchan walk towards him slowly. That last laser blast stung like a bicep, but there wasn't too much force behind it. You're still holding back, aren't you? Why won't you use your full power? Are you underestimating me? Do you perceive me as inferior to you? Deku looked down as his eyes were shadowed. No. You have been like this ever since we were kids. Have you been underestimating me like that since then, you BC? Kacchan yelled. That's not it. Deku began to remember all of the memories he and Kacchan shared as kids. Deku finally looked up as his eyes were a furious, sharp, and electric green. You're an amazing person, so that's why I want to beat you. What? Kacchan growled. I want to win. Deku then raised his power as rocks and pebbles began to float due to the aura of power he was shedding. And surpass you, you idiot. Don't look at me like that. You dim and nerd. And with that, they both charged at each other at full speed. These are the first passionate emotions he's shown other than when he says, I want to be the #1 hero. I'm sure this is necessary for you to arrive at the future you're looking at. The two jumped at each other, both with their right arms aimed ready to strike. Kacchan had an explosion ready to ignite. Deku charged up all the way to 20% of One for All, full cowl. Around his right arm is the milky white aura of his ki as it merged with the power of One for All and created a blue electric energy that fueled the arm with even more power than ever before. The muscles of his right arm bulged so hard that it tore his sleeve to shreds as the blue energy amplified itself even more many times over as the arm itself looked like it was about to explode. Detroit. You're toast, Deku. Kacchan yelled as his explosion in his right hand was ready to fire as he aimed to completely incinerate the young man before him. As they were inches apart, All Might yelled through the microphone, both of you, Fodash. Let's go, Uraraka. Deku yelled, okay. Hachiko heard her teammate's signal and proceeded to hold and grab onto a pillar by the window. I may have said we are equals. Smash. Right at the last moment before they collide, Deku aimed his arm upwards and smashed towards the ceiling. The punch went through each floor and made a hole in each one. The strike created gusts of winds that were so potent that it created whirlwinds and mini-tornadoes as the entire building shook due to the sole force of the punch. The only reason the entire building didn't completely collapse is that Deku only aimed towards the ceiling and the air and not the building itself. Deku created shockwaves that were so powerful that it reached all the way to the monitor room as the students and teachers struggled to stay on their feet. "What the dash?" Tenya said in shock as he couldn't believe his eyes. There was a large hole right at the middle of the floor where he and Achiko were located. There were so much wind and debris that it was hard to even see what was going on. Achiko activated her quirk on the pillar she was holding onto and lifted it off the ground. "Sorry, Ida." Improvised special move, Comet Home Run. Achiko used the large pillar in her hands to hit the abundant debris in the air straight towards Ida. "You call that a home run?" Tenya yelled as he used his arms to shield himself from the debris that was aimed right for his head. Achiko took that opportunity to use her quirk on herself and leap over Ida towards the nuclear weapon. As soon as she was close enough, she yelled, "Release!" The law of gravity immediately took effect on her as she fell and hugged the top of the nuclear weapon. "Retrieved!" she yelled in delight. "No! The weapon!" Tenya screamed in horror as his words echoed throughout the building 3 times over. "This is my win, Kacchan." Right at that moment, the timer went off signaling the end of the battle. All Might's hands shook as he said his next 3 words. "Hero team wins."